bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht denn mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Good morning from Austria. We are ready and about to start the first of the semifinals here at the large-scale off-road European Championships. We're brought to you by RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. We are on the formation lap right now. And there's the trucks as they are coming around. They've already completed their warm-up and have been to the pit lane. So they are raring to get going. We've got, in this one, we've got Ian Audie from the UK, Matthew Stokes in the second position from the UK, Taylor Letchford, also from the UK, Emil Karamfilov from Bulgaria, Matt Buxton from the UK, Urs Gering from Switzerland, Michael Loeffler from Germany, Gertjan van Medevort, Damian Petrov, and Alfie Jack Shilcock. The last three positions have bumped up. We're going to be following the top three drivers. And they're about to go. There they are. Ian leads them off over the RC Fox jump. Ian is top qualifier. However, he still has to complete and get out of the semifinals. Ooh, second place driver there, Matthew Stokes, fellow Brit, pushing Ian, already taking a pass. Look at that. Going into the infield. Ian letting him go. And just biding his time. Ian's got some long racing history, although he hasn't raced all that much. But decided he's going to sit out being the EFRA representative this time around. And he's going to try and take home the European Championship for short course trucks. So those first three cars are out and over the RC Fox jump and coming down the hill, and we've got Team GB in the top four spots. Matthew Buxton in that white and pink trying to catch up to that number 3 truck of Taylor Letchford in the white. So 1 and 2, Ian's taking the lead now. Taylor Letchford catching up to him because these guys are slowing each other down in the top 2 spots. So let's see what Taylor is able to do in that number 3 truck as Matthew Buxton very slowly catching up to him. Matt and Ian slowing each other down still just a bit, but we're watching Taylor Letchford. We'll keep an eye on Ian and Matthew It looks like Matt Buxton has fallen behind Taylor a bit now. You can see him just there. Flash of pink and white on the side of the screen. So good morning to everybody. We hope you're set for a fantastic finals day here in Austria at the WMW Fairing Circuit, just outside the city limits of Fairing.
18 minutes to drive.
So it's going to be a hot and dry day, although we may get some showers later on in the day in maybe 3 or 4 hours' time. But we'll see. So we're still on Taylor Letchford as he goes over the RC Fox jump. Comes down the hill, Matthew Buxton. So we have a Matt and a Matthew in this one. Team GB not making it easy for us. Taylor going up the tile section, up the kicker, and over the doubles going into the infield. So Matthew Stokes looks like Matt is, or Taylor's catching up to him. If anyone's curious, Alfie Jack currently running towards the back. Still looking strong, though. He's in 8th place at the moment. We've got Audie, Stokes, and Letchford and Buxton, Team GB racers. There's one other British racer, and that's Alfie Jack in this semi-final A. So the way this is going to work is the top 7 racers went straight into the semifinal, and I believe Ian's already catching up to that car 4 of Emil. He's already passed the car 7 of Michael Loeffler, and Matthew Stokes already working on Emil to put him a lap down. The lap traffic working fairly well. You can see Taylor is catching up to Emil in that white and green car. Emil giving him some space, but not wanting to compromise his own race too much. There he goes, lets him pass. And you can see the other lap traffic just ahead, that yellow truck, the number 4 of Emil Karamfilov from Bulgaria. So it's kind of spread out now. I don't think there's much of a battle for third developing. And there goes Taylor into the car, truck 4. Matt Buxton is a few seconds behind now. He's falling further. I think he's losing maybe about a 1/10 a lap. Let's see what the last lap times were. He lost a couple seconds the last time. 2.5 seconds, actually. Ian Audie on a very good pace. So I believe the way it works is we're going to see the fastest 10 times in each, the fastest 5 times, I think, in each of the semifinals. They will basically, that's kind of, I guess you could call it qualifying, but anyway, they'll go into the final, which will kick off for short course at around 12:45, assuming there's no 10-minute technical timeouts. Each driver is allowed 1 10-minute timeout, and each race is also allowed 1 10-minute timeout. So basically the maximum amount of time any race can be delayed is 10 minutes. So there can't just be every driver calling a 10-minute delay and there being an hour and a half delay. So no worries about that. Only a 10-minute delay, and then there's plenty of padding between the races. So I believe it depends what the race directors decide to do, whether they decide to just start the next race at the schedule time or just delay the entire schedule by 10 minutes, which I don't think they'll do, but we'll see what happens when it does happen, if it happens. So Taylor Letchford getting around the that very high grip hairpin into the very low grip hairpin, going up the tile section and into the infield. Has timings needs to be, yeah, we're having a look at that. control. Matt working hard behind the scenes to get everything running smoothly. We did have a little hiccup yesterday with the timing, so we were able to get it restarted pretty quickly. Looks like Emil, or no, that's car 7 of Blofler has lost his rear spoiler, but that's okay. It's a very thin strip anyway. Taylor Letchford here in the white truck. Not sure what car he's running. Let's see what he's got. It is an Elcon Trucks with 2 X's. So we have 3 different makes of cars in the top 4, actually. In the top 4, we have a LSOR 5T with Audi, an MCD W5XL with Matthew Stokes. The white truck that we're following now is an Elcon Trucks running an option body shell. Not to my taste, but it looks like it's got loads and loads of downforce. So, sometimes function before looks. And then Buxton in the 4th position, he's running a 30° North, which I think is a UK-specific brand. I'm not sure. Don't know too much about that brand at all, really. Taylor Letchford getting it up on 2 wheels as he's trying to catch up to, actually, that is Matthew Stokes, our 2nd place driver. So let's see if these guys are going to start slowing each other down and allow Matt Buxton to catch up to him. Matt is about 15 or 20 seconds behind them, though, so it's going to take a fairly epic battle for him to really catch up to these guys. Matt Buxton getting it over. And we've got the timing back. So thank you very much to the team working the timing, being Matt pretty much. So we've got a battle developing for 2nd place here. Well, it's not really developing, it's right there in front of us. The yellow and orange split truck with the blue rear end going into the hairpin now with the big Union flag draped over the back end of the truck. That is Matthew Buxton, followed very closely by fellow Brit Taylor Letchford. And they're passing the 4th and final Brit in this race of, the 5th Brit of, Taylor gets beached, and the marshals, Taylor helping him, Alfie Jack helping him over, and then getting stuck himself. That's not great. So we followed Taylor for a bit. So let's, coming down the pit straight and about to go up the hill now. Let's follow that yellow, well, currently it's yellow and blue. And then when he turns around, it's orange and blue truck. This is Matthew Buxton, one of 5 British racers in this semi-final A for off-road short course. Team GB enjoying quite a strong showing here, thanks to many racers in the short course category. Had a nice little chat with Ian and Matt, and can't remember the other chap's name, but about 3 of the Team GB racers, and explaining why short course is basically it's kind of taken off in the UK. It's not so big anywhere else, as you can see from the country listings. We've got Netherlands, always a big, large-scale off-road community there, and a couple Bulgarian racers in this one. But Team GB really taking up the flag, so to speak, of short course, as Buxton gets a bit sideways just before going over the bridge. So that's going to give about, and he's over. So now we've got the white truck of Letchford just going past him. That's a pass for 2nd as they're going down the step now. So now they are almost together once again. So now it's Buxton who has to catch up. And between them, they've got the truck 6 of Urs Gehrig from Switzerland. So you can see them both on screen there, I believe. There we go. Coming down the hill. into the hairpin. That orange truck, as long as he doesn't get in Buxton's way, the middle truck is a lapped car, and he should let Buxton pass to let this battle develop further for the last half of this race. We've got 8 minutes to go. Nice double from Buxton there.
8 minutes to drive.
And the race director just reminding the marshals repairs are not allowed, so the number 4 truck of Karen Filov is out, taken back to the pits. So we've got Letchford and Buxton as dust is starting to hang in the air once again. Catching up to Alfie again to put him another lap down. Letchford gets hung up on Alfie Jack. Oh, and who is that? That's Buxton is getting caught up. Sorry, I'm getting Stokes and Buxton mixed up here. So Ian is well on his way. Oh, Buxton hung up again off camera. And these two guys battle for fourth. I think Buxton's about to get lapped by him, actually. He's had a nightmare couple of laps. Minute 3 lap time for Matt Buxton. Kind of the team manager for the British, well, the RC Models team, I suppose we'd call it. But here we go. These guys are a lot quicker now, coming around the tile section, up the kicker, into that tight infield section with the double. Here's the diagonal jump. Get a good line. Both of them getting the double. Letchford going a bit wide, getting squirrely over the bridge. They are nose to tail now, coming down the step. They're about to catch and lap Buxton and that truck 8 of Van Medevort. One of them goes way off the track. So here we go, back into the sunlight, coming down the hill. Buxton just behind him, but he's a lap down, so he should not get involved with this. Buxton knows the unwritten, or the written, maybe, rules of racing. And coming up to lap Alfie Jack once again. Is he? Don't get involved, Alfie Jack. There you go. He lets them all past. Good battle, this. Letchford, is he going to be able to hold off Stokes? Matthew Stokes, sorry. This is not Buxton on screen. Buxton is a couple of cars, well, one car behind them, but about 5 seconds behind already. So something may have gone off with his truck that his pace has dropped off quite a bit. 5 and a third minutes left. That's, no one says that. 5 minutes and 20 seconds left. Up the kicker, over the double. Got a dead car in front of him. He's flipped over, so he's not going to get in the way. More importantly, the marshals aren't going to get in the way. Coming over the bridge, over that slippy steel sheet section. It's not as slippy as I thought it is, but it is still pretty slippy since it's metal sheeting. We're going to play in our track walk that we did yesterday later in the show. And these guys both coming up on the green and white truck. That is the number 9 who gets, well, quite handily out of the way of Damian Petrov, one of our Bulgarian racers. Well, the kicker again. Is Letchford going to... Ooh. Stokes tanks it coming over the kicker there just before the... both get a good drive over the second set of doubles. So... is Letchford going to crack under the pressure as Karen Frilov is back out on the track, and he's just there. Stay off the racing line. There we go. He's not getting in the way. He's quite conscious that he's a few laps down from these guys. So now it's up to Stokes to try to catch Letchford. Oh, and Stokes is over at the top of the hill. Karen Frilov almost collecting him, but Champions roll back on his wheels. So he lost quite a bit of time there, but he's very quickly making it up. It's a matter of getting past the other racer that you're battling with cleanly, because the race referees are going to be watching this battle intently, I'm sure. And also, it's not just a matter of winning just to win. Oh, there we go. Nice pass for second place. Stokes getting past Letchford. Ian Oddie, don't worry about him. He's about half a lap ahead. As we're watching Stokes now ahead of Letchford in number order this time. This is the number 2 and the number 3 trucks in that order out on track. And actually Ian in the number 1, he's way out in front in the number 1. First place. So these guys, I think maybe they're playing it smart now, hopefully. Cross fingers, cross legs, cross arms, cross eyes. And wanting to make sure that as many British racers make it into the final, because remember, this is only the semi-final. This is not the battle for the championship. And so they're not even racing for podium spots yet. They may well be when it comes to the final. No one taking that tight Schweitzer line over the off-camber corner. I'm not entirely convinced now that it is the fastest way, but obviously he's the local racer. I think he's probably the only local racer here that's competing at the European Championships at WMW Fairing. As I'm watching Ian put laps on 2 more trucks at the same time off camera. Ian going very smoothly, so he's doing fine. So we've got Stokes and Letchford leading each other around. Not really battling for position now. I think Letchford is just playing it smart, because if they tangle up with each other, oh, Letchford up on 2 wheels, have to back off the throttle. Well, on Stokes, you can just see Letchford there behind. So going down the step, coming back up it. That step section, very deep. It's a lot deeper than you would think. If you were to stand at the bottom of the landing spot off of that step, for most people, the top of the corner marker would come to about your mid-thigh if you're of average height. So that gives you an idea of how deep that step is. Very deep indeed. So now it's just a matter with less than a minute remaining. There's about 30 seconds remaining in this one. 20 minutes has gone by quick. These drivers just wanting to finish and make as good a time as possible so that they beat the best times, the finishing times of the drivers in the B final, which is coming up at 9:35 local time, which is about 16 minutes away. 5 minutes left in this one. Ian is about to cross over. Let's go to the Ian just underneath us. This is Ian Oddie coming across to dominate the semifinal A. And let's pick up, where's Stokes and Letchford now? Stokes and Letchford just coming into the step section now. Second and third. And there they go, second and third across the line to claim it. That is, I believe, Karamfilov and Shilcock. Amazingly, 10 out of 10 trucks are finishing this semifinal A. So the finishing order, Audi, Stokes, Letchford, Buxton, Van Medevort, Gehring, Petrov, Karamfilov, Loeffler, and Shilcock. Great race, everybody. Alfie Shilcock only 5 laps down from Ian, finishing in 10th. He's probably not going to make it into the semi, but great race from him all the same. So, Ian Audi, pretty good run there. 27 laps in 20 minutes and 5 seconds. So not far from getting 28 laps. Stokes and Letchford also getting 27 laps. Buxton, Van Medevort, Gehring all on 25. And we're going to take a little break. and get ready for the B final starting at 9:35.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Minutes to start. 5 minutes to start. The track is open.
Okay, as you can see, drivers out on track up in this next semifinal B. We've got Fabien Morat from France, Jack Keatley from the UK, Mark Kreisig from Germany, Steve Jones from the UK, Patrick Weiss from the UK, Bruno Trotman from Switzerland, Heidi Schilcock from the UK, Andrew Spence from the UK, Martin Fitzpatrick from the UK, and Ian Southey from the UK. So the only non-Brits in this one are the Frenchmen, Fabien Morat, who was our first-round TQ after Ian Audi had a throttle servo break, Mark Kreisig, the RC Fox himself, and Bruno Trotman, who I think is husband to Melanie Trotman, who's in one of the... I'm not sure she made it into the semis. Did she? She did, in four-wheel drive buggy. So, great job. The Trotmans are going to be quite busy today. We've seen lots of family members, whether they're... we have Heidi Schilcock in this one. Her son, Alfie Schilcock, was racing in the last race. We've got... so we have mother and son. I'm sure somewhere we have father and son. And I'm sure we have brother and brother. What other combinations are there? There's lots of family activity going on, so it's all very good. We'd love to see that in the pits. So drivers being called to come back into the pits. So as far as the makes of these trucks, we have 3 that are certainly listed as, they've listed the information themselves on the driver information sheets as LSORs. Mark Kreisig, he's tied in with MCD and has been for a few years, so obviously he's running an MCD, their latest short course truck version. In the previous race, we had at least 1 Elcon and a 30-degree north. I'm sure some of the other British racers in this one, some of the 7 British racers, I'm sure some of those are running the 30-degree north as well. So the driver's been called into the pits and being sent out, although we've had have a dead truck in the pits, I think, trying to get restarted. So they're kind of doing a half a formation lap. I'm not exactly sure. It's just purely just so they can fuel and then get back out, and they don't want the. It's not like electric touring car, where the mechanics set the vehicles down on the starting grid themselves. The cars drive themselves to the starting grid. We've got 10 in this one, as I've read them out. So we're going to be. He is counting down, our race director. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, and then he'll stop the count. Ooh, bad start for the number 1 of Fabian. Already Jack Keatley right out in the lead, but is Fabian going to try and get in there? Ooh, car 6 on the wrong side. Trotman, oh, now he's held up a load of cars behind him. So just for some clarification, I wasn't sure exactly of the rules before. It's the top 5 trucks in each of the, top 5 vehicles in each of the semifinals goes straight into the finals. So it's actually the battle for 5th that we're going to watch very intently as Keatley and Kreisig and Morat and is that Southey coming underneath the timing line. So car 9 and truck 6, Fitzpatrick and Trotman battling for that 5th spot. Coming down the hill, Trotman in that blue, white, and orange. Sorry, no, it's Fitzpatrick and then Trotman. Trotman's in the white and green. So the multicolored sort of, well, now Trotman's under pressure from the truck 8 of Andrew Spence. So let's follow this battle coming off the bridge and then, almost getting stuck together. Those bumpers, they are handy, but they can get locked together and basically just makes both cars spin around each other if they get really locked together, and then everyone gets past them. So Southey having a bad time getting passed by Shilcock. Everyone trying to get into the top 5 positions. Kreisig, meanwhile, has passed Morat. Oh no, he's been ahead of Morat. Keatley is way out in front, and then Kreisig and Morat are a little bit close together. So we're following this battle for 4th between 3 trucks at the moment. Got Trotman, Spence, and Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick coming up from the 9 spot to battle for 4th. It's not too bad. And the truck 8 of Spence also coming from the back end of the grid. And of course, I'm sure both of the British racers, well, all of them probably thinking, if we can just, ooh, that's not a good landing. Is that Fitzpatrick? Oh, and a breakage for Morat. So both of these cars now coming under the bridge. This is our battle for 4th, I believe, or maybe for 3rd. Let's see how it works out. We've got Kreisig, that's our 2nd. He's about to come over. So this is the battle for 3rd as they're coming over the double. Trotman taking it very gentle over the second set of doubles. Oh! It's Spence over, allowing Trotman to get past. Yes. So now these two tied together again. Let's see where they come across in the live timing. Live timing links are available on the EFRA Facebook page. We've got Keatley way out in front, Kreisig, then Trotman and Spence. Shilcock waiting in, well, she's in 5th position. She's in bump-up position, actually. But she's under threat from Steve Jones. So actually, our 5th place battle is going to be a bit more important. Oh, we've got a breakage just in front of the bridge. That's a truck 9. We're following, or let's follow the 2 trucks about to go over the bridge now. Shilcock and that red truck, number 4 of Jones. Looks a heck of a lot like the Southie truck. Jones now ahead of Shilcock. This is our battle for 5th. I think it's actually now the battle for 4th with Morat broken down and Fitzpatrick out. And it's shaking out that Trotman is in 4th, Jones in 5th, Shilcock, yes. So this is our battle for 5th. The red truck and that pink and white and black truck. Coming up the kicker into the tight infield over the doubles. Heidi not getting a good drive over that first double. And then singling the second set of doubles. That's the slow line, but it is the safe line. So let's move forward to the red truck. Just about to go around the banked corner underneath the timing loop. So this is Steve Jones. Heidi Shilcock tanking it. Oh, Heidi Shilcock, engine cut right before she would cross the line. So is she out? She needs to cross. No, and she just got beached before the line. So anyway, we're on Jones, the red truck, currently in 5th place. Big roll, but he's fine. We've got Marshall's getting shouted at off camera, so apologies if you can hear that. It's quite distracting. Jones basically out by himself, but he's catching up to Trotman. So this is our battle for 4th then developing, going up the hill. Coming over the RC Fox jump goes Trotman, and then goes Jones. And who is that dead at the top of the hill? Is that truck 9 again? I think, yeah. Race referee telling marshals, pull him out, get him out of there, get him off the track so he's not in the racing line. Marshall getting shouted at to bring dead cars to the marshalling position so the mechanics can get to them. It's all a bit chaotic, but we're still following Jones. He's trying to catch up to Trotman, who's the green, yellow, and white, yellow, and green car, I should say. Now a few seconds ahead with that crash. He's lost a couple seconds. Goes over the off-camera corner under the RC Models bridge, up the tile section. Oh, not a good landing there. So as we go up the hill with Jones, let's move up one car to the white and green truck of Trotman. He's coming down the hill now. This is our 4th place racer, Bruno Trotman. So we're going to watch Trotman for a bit and see if he makes a mistake, which it seems that he's not. However, Jones is certainly faster, but he makes more mistakes. So he'll catch up at 4. Oh, and Trotman goes over. There goes Jones in the red truck. So just in time, we caught a pass for 4th position.
12 minutes to drive.
Shilcock is still... No, she's fallen back a couple positions. Who's behind? Patrick Weiss. I'll look for him. Don't... he's somewhere behind them, but Shilcock has lost a lap or two. Weiss is way behind these two guys. So we're following the red truck of Steve Jones from the UK. Let's see, this is an interesting one because Trotman seems to run pretty clean. Jack Keatley now coming up to pass Trotman, put him a lap down in that number 2 truck. He's still in the lead. So Jones able to click off fast laps if he's able to keep it right side up. But then he crashes just enough to keep Trotman hopeful that he can make up the position on him. So our battle for 5th. It's pretty spread out, to be honest. But it's the closest battle on track and also the only real significant battle that leads us into the final. This is the semifinal B. We've already finished the semifinal A. The top 5 drivers. Who's that over? It's third place truck of Andrew Spence. So I think that is a pass by Jones. Spence getting spun around again. And he's just gotten passed by Trotman. So I think now Steve is in second? He's in third place. He's in third place. So we're going to have to reposition again because now the order's changed all over again. It's Jack Keatley, Kreisig, Jones, Trotman, and Spence. So Trotman and Spence are the interesting cars to watch. The 2 trucks just about to go underneath the bridge, the white and green, and the green and white, pink and white. That's our battle for 5th place now. 4th place, excuse me, with the 5th place. Oh, nice somersault there, and then stuck in the very loose sand or clay dust in front of the... I've got a replay of that. Watch this here. Tanked right over and straight into the Armco barrier. That barrier is not going anywhere. You can stop full-size cars. It's going to stop one of these, no matter how fast they're going. So we are on Andrew Spence in the truck number 8. As he's about to roll it, trying to catch up to Heidi Shilcock so he can put a lap down on her. And just gets a terrible landing off there, steering just way too much on the landing and flipping and rolling. I'm amazed that no more cars have actually broken out of this race. Kreisig catching up to Spence now. So let's take a breath and see where we stand. We've got Keatley way out in front. Kreisig about to put a lap down on Spence. And then Jones in the red truck. Bruno Trotman in the white and green. Andrew Spence is the truck that we're following at the moment. He's our 5th place racer. Patrick Weiss in the number 5 truck is way behind and absolutely no threat at all to Andrew. So as this white, gray, and orange truck comes up to pass Andrew Spence, let's follow the orange truck. That is Mark Kreisig, the RC Fox himself. Oh, and he goes over. So he's not. Oh, and then Andrew Spence goes over and into the wrong lane. Luckily, no trucks coming around up the tile section. Gonna need some extra Armco barrier for these large scales. So we're following Mark Kreisig from Germany, currently in 2nd place. One of the few drivers that's going to be able to put a challenge on Ian Audi in the final. Mark running the number 3 truck. Fabian Morat, unfortunately, the number 1 broke early on. Kreisig taking the safe line as he goes past Spence over the bridge, and now he's about to put a lap on Heidi once again. And there goes Spence past Heidi as well. So, again, this is Mark Kreisig. Got Jack Keatley, who, while there is no significant battles on track for the top 5 positions, we're going to follow Mark for another lap or so, and then we'll move to Jack Keatley. And the only pretty much all gray truck with black accents and such. Fairly easy to spot. So even though it's just a kind of it's just a shiny gray color really, but unique enough, easy to spot out on track. So Mark Kreisig coming over the RC Models bridge. And Keatley about a half a lap ahead of Kreisig, so he's doing pretty good. We don't have a gap timing of seconds between each racer. So there goes Kreisig, about to go over the RC box jump, and good landing. Oh, and tanks it going over the little kicker just after the big tabletop at the top of the hill. Okay, so just coming underneath this, Jude, is our leader, Jack Keatley, going up the hill. Is actually sort of passing Kreisig, but in a different lane. Kreisig on the infield, Jack Keatley. And once again, the haze, well actually it's dust, it's not even haze, the dust from all the trucks going around, kind of hanging around the track. There's a little bit of a wind, but it's not enough to blow away the dust, so sad times for the marshals who are in the middle of all that. The drivers, probably, it's bright enough that they can see their cars. Keatley coming around the bank corner. Very high grip there. You can see all the rub that's been laid down. Heidi has a tire coming completely off the wheel, almost, just flapping around. 5 minutes left in this one. She can get a tire change and get back out there purely for pride, because at the moment she's running in 8th position and not going to be bumping up into the final. Top 5 trucks from each of these semifinal A and semifinal B. Top 5 are going to be bumping up into the final, and then all 10 trucks are going to be sorted by the number of laps that they completed. So, for example, Ian Audie getting 27 laps in his run. Jack Keatley going to get, at the moment, at this pace, going to get 27 laps. And then the tie break will be their overall time, which at the moment now, Jack Keatley is about 9 seconds behind Ian on pace. So Ian Audie, EFRA section chairman for this group, for this section of large-scale off-road, is due to be our actual pole position driver. As Jack Keatley comes around the sheet metal turn, surprisingly grippy. You'll see that on the track walk, which will play in later in the day. It's going up the hill and into the shade, coming right out of the shade over the RC Fox jump. Getting past the number 0 truck of Ian Southey. I am absolutely positive Southey was running the red body, but I don't know. It's hard to tell. He was running the red body in qualifying, I should say. So everyone quite spread out. Running order with just under 3 minutes left. Jack Keatley, Kreisig, Jones, Trotman, and Spence. Trotman and Spence nowhere near each other on track. Weiss is still not able to catch up to Andrew Spence. Weiss running in the number 5 truck. Not able to catch the numbers 8 of Spence. Just looking at Weiss now, he is going quite gingerly over the doubles, taking them very slow. So that would be why Some drivers just not able to get the grip or the traction, or maybe clutch settings or things overheat, and just not able to get the drive over those the double jumps in order to clear them properly. So just taking them safe and not crashing. It's quicker to not crash than to take all the jumps as single jumps. So we've been watching Jack Keatley for quite a bit. We followed Mark Kreisig. Who haven't we followed? We followed Steve Jones, we followed Trotman, and we followed Spence. Those are the significant positions. We've got a minute and a half left. We're on the leader, so we'll stay with Jack Keatley, who is, if things stay the same, going to win this semifinal B. The next race coming up is going to be at 10:10 local time, that's Central European time, so GMT +2 is going to be our two-wheel drive semifinal A. Once again, 10 drivers. The fastest 5 are going to go into the final, which will kick off for two-wheel drive at 1:45 p.m. today. Again, that's local time, CET. Short course trucks, the next time Ian Audie is going to be out is 12:45 for his final. And at the moment, like I said, he's looking like he's going to finish or start that one on pole as well. So TQing 3 rounds, breaking out of his very first round, put him on TQ a run of TQ positions. And he started this final in pole position, and he's going to start the final in pole position as well. I don't think Keatley is going to magic up a 30-second lap in this one. 3 seconds left, and the race will be complete. Everyone is finishing the lap they're on, and they are going to be done. Jones crossing, Kreisig going underneath, Spence coming underneath us right now, and Keatley, there he goes to win this one. 27 laps in 20 minutes and 15 seconds. Nowhere near Ian's time of 20 laps, 20 minutes and 5 seconds. So that is it. So the next race is going to be at 10:45 local time. Going to be the semifinal, 10:10 local time. The semifinal A for two-wheel drive is going to feature our TQ man for, I believe, 3 rounds. Petter Hartman from the Czech Republic, and let's see what he's got versus 9 other very eager racers. We'll be back at a little bit before 10:10 local. Did you go on?
Time is over. Race finished.
Next run will be two-wheel drive. Half final, semi-final, All right, so we got a very nice little treat for you guys. We have an interview with Heidi and Alfie Jack Shilcock from the UK.
So I've been racing short course, and I'm up next in the quarterfinal A? B? Yeah, A.
So you started when you're 9. Where have you raced before? You haven't raced in the Euros before?
No. I've raced at the Nationals. Quite a lot of them, haven't I, Mum?
Yeah, you did all last year.
Yeah. So it's going good. And also I was national junior champion. So yeah, it's going good.
So what's it like racing at your first European Championship?
Very nerve-wracking, very.
Would be for me, I've never done it before. When did you find out that you were going to be racing at the Euros?
So it was actually at Zanoa when it was my birthday, so they all set up a surprise birthday party, and in the last envelope, they said I'm going to Austria, so here we are.
How did that make you feel?
Amazing.
I can imagine. So why do you race this class? I mean, these cars are huge, aren't they?
Because my mum taught it up into me. So.
Of course. So why this class? Obviously, you're racing as well. You're in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I've made it straight to the semis, which is a bit of a relief. I can relax now.
Yeah. So why did you choose this class of racing, and when did you, or why did you decide to bring Alfie into the sport?
I started racing short course quite a few years ago. I love it. Absolutely love it.
And it must be amazing, this mother-son team.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. To see him racing out there is the most nerve-wracking thing to watch, but I'm so proud of him. And even back home, we've got juniors starting the nationals, and every single one of them, every round, they're getting better and better. And just to watch Alfie out there is amazing.
And the things he's learned that I don't think 10-year-olds would normally know about engineering, about cars, about motorsport.
Yeah, he's picking bits up, he's helping out with the car, he cleans things, he cleans his shell with GT85 to make it go faster. But yeah, he's helping out with bits, and hopefully a couple of years' time he'll be doing a bit more mechanic-wise.
So tell me about this design. Is this something that you decided you wanted?
Yeah, it's off actually a movie, and he's called Sonic. He's super fast, and that's why I chose him, because I'm super fast as well.
I've just been doing qualifying, and now it's time to race. How does that feel?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit nervous, but you've got to do what you have to do.
To do it, don't you? It's just fun at the end of the day.
Just go out, enjoy it, enjoy the experience, remember it for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and also I've been beating my mum at the nationals a lot as well.
Yeah, that's something, isn't it?
Yeah, very.
What would you say to other 10-year-olds that are thinking about getting into this sport? Would you say it's a good thing to do?
Just practice and learn your lines and work your way up to the top.
Well done on how far you've got so far. It's not over yet. Quarterfinals, first of many, I hope.
Yeah, I hope as well.
Alfie Jack in that 5 car already passed the number 4 of Simon Godney, who had the trouble in the warm-up. So Alfie Jack in 4th there. That is the number 3 of Martin Petrov and Alfie Shilcock. Ooh, and Simon Godney wanting to get involved as well. He's not wanting to miss out. So we're on the battle for 4th between the 5 and the 4 of Alfie Jack and Lee. Well, I think Simon has worked himself out of position there now. So 3-way battle for 4th, going down the pit straight and up towards the hill, going over the RC Fox jump. Very eager, these guys, laying it on the throttle, going nose up. Ooh, Martin getting sideways on the pipe. Simon getting past him now around the off-camber corner. Oh, falls off the track. So there's Alfie back into the shot with Martin, falling over. So that is Alfie Jack into the, let's pick up Alfie coming down the pit straight. There we go, that's Alfie. Alfie's in the 3rd position now. He is definitely blind. So now Alfie's in 2nd. All of these guys trying to get into the semi-final A. You can see this is the quarterfinal. Only the top 3 are going to move up.
After the last time I was here 4 years ago, I made the 1/8 final. It's still sinking in, so for a child to be experiencing this and taking it all in, and then running a quarter-final and making the semis, and he ran a perfect race. He really did.
You get a few words from Grandad? No? You must be so proud. That says it all, really, doesn't it? That says it all. Over there, Alfie. Are you nervous?
Oh, you do not know how nervous I was. Yeah, very.
Can you believe you through to the semi-finals at the European Championship?
I can't believe it. Like, it's insane.
bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
All right, racing fans. The track is open for the next semifinal, getting out there at the WMW Fairing Circuit here in Austria. We are live coming to you from southern Austria, not far from Spielberg, very close to the Slovenian border. We've got 10 racers in this semifinal A for two-wheel drive at the EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships. We'll get the, you can see the names up there, but we've got our TQ driver, Peter Hartmann from Czechia, Thomas Kraus, a youth racer from Czechia as well, Bastian Kollreis from France, Marco Leitinen from Finland, Lars Abes from the Netherlands, Krog Kim Nygaard from Denmark, Uwe Dombrova from Germany, Mark Higgins, Darren Smith, and Paul Diver from the UK are in the 8th to 10th and bump-up positions. So these drivers, most of them, according to the information that we have from the timing sheets, most of them running Elcon cars. And Dombrova not checking in just yet. So the way this is working, at 5 minutes before the race start, the drivers are sent out on track. As you can see, they're getting in their warm-up times. Their warm-up laps, so it's about 2 minutes or so you can get 3 or 4 laps if they're lucky, if they get out there quickly. And then they are called into the pits at about 2 minutes to go. Refueled by their mechanics. And then you see drivers heading into the pits on the top right there of the screen. They get refueled and then get sent back out for a formation lap to go. They kind of cut the track. They don't do the full track when they do their formation lap. It's literally just to get them out on the racing circuit, because I believe it's the 8th through 10th cars start around the bend, basically, where that one marshal is standing. That might be the race director, actually. It's our flag man who starts the race. So you can see them heading off and up the hill. So taking it easy. Some of them going big air over the jump at the top of the hill. And then they come across, cut the track just in front of us, in front of the timing loop. There you can see the timing loop. There is a iron bar that goes across the track. It's raised above the track so it doesn't get caught up in any drivers. So 10 seconds to go. Everyone is checked in. Top 5 racers in this one going to move up into the final. And they're off. We're going to follow the top 5 drivers as they go around. Obviously, the battle for 5th is going to be the most important. But everyone off in numerical order so far. There's a little bit of kerfuffle at the back, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all off in order as they go up the tile section. No one getting too out of shape. The number 2 car. Who's that flipped over? That's Thomas Kraus, one of our youth racers, and another one flipped over. I didn't see the number. So a little bit, I think it was in car 7. So Hartman off and away, a good gap. That's the importance of taking pole position in any of these semifinals. He's got a good gap to, is that the number 4, who's currently in second. That's Marko Leitinen. So this group of 4 cars about to come under the bridge. This is our important battle. It's a 4-car battle for second. But importantly, the final car of these, if it were to stay as it is, which it never will, we know it won't, but the last car in this car 2 of Kraus at the moment, we've got, who's this car 5 coming up? That's Lars Abes. So Kraus and Abes in the 2 and the 5. That's our battle for 5th. I'm going to watch these 2 intently because it is only the top 5 that will be bumping up into the final, which kicks off later this afternoon, 1:45 local time. So hard braking into that hairpin, over the little jump, across the off-camber corner, over the tile section. So these 2 cars, the yellow and the white and green. Oh, and now there's Abes coming up. Now it's a 3-car battle for 3rd, I believe, or 4th. Holding each other up, the 5 and the 6. That's Abes and Nygaard, and the number 8 car of Higgins from the UK. He's hoping they keep hitting each other because that lets him join the battle. So in 5th position is currently Nygaard with Abes and Higgins very close behind. That's 5th, 6th, and 7th. Oh, Higgins gets stuck in the dust at the top of the hill. So we've got the 6 of Kim Nygaard and the 5 of Abes going up the tile section. It's the 6 and the 5. Ooh, sideways for Kim Nygaard. So these 2 cars just over the second double, coming over the hill, over the bridge. That's our battle for 5th. So they got plenty of time in this one. Just under 17 minutes left to go as Who was that got spun around? That was Abez. And now he's got Higgins on his tail. Going up the hill. So a little bit spread out, but I think Higgins might be able to make up some... Oh, no. There goes Kim Nygaard around again. Abez and Higgins going up the kicker and into the infield. Catching up to Kim Nygaard, who doesn't get a good landing off of the double there. And now we've got Abez right on the back of Kim Nygaard again. So Kim Nygaard is able to get away, but then he, I don't know, slows down his pace or something for some reason. We'll watch him. So still our battle for fifth, Kim Nygaard, Abez, and Higgins in that order. Those are all three coming down the hill. Higgins falling back a bit again. So this is the semifinal A for the two-wheel drive European Championships, and that is Abez over. So Higgins gets past. Marshall having to run across a whole lane of traffic. So that spreads things out quite a bit now. Of course, the two-wheel drive cars not quite as fast as the four-wheel drive.
15 minutes to drive.
And I haven't made a note to check the overall lap times, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be just a bit slower than the short course. So we've got Hartmann way out in front, Leitinen, our Finnish racer, the car 4 in second, Collares from France in third, Kraus in fourth, who we haven't even made any note of at all, but Kim Nygaard in fifth in the final bump up spot. Higgins not far behind in the white and green, but it's Higgins and Abez. See, that's our battle for 6. So let's stick with this car 6 here of Kim Nygaard, because if he rolls it, ooh, almost there, up on two wheels, that'll slow things down. And then wide again, letting Abez and Higgins, actually rather Higgins and Abez, because they have swapped positions, about 5 seconds behind Kim Nygaard now. But we're keeping an eye on Kim Nygaard, because if this car rolls over or gets in a jam with any of the lap traffic that he's coming up on, he's going to let the other two cars of Higgins and Abez catch up and potentially get past. But at the moment, he's in the 5th and final bump up position. So we've got one more semifinal. Of course, this officially is the 1/2 final, but we just call it semifinal. It sounds a bit better. One more semifinal to go, and it's the top 5 drivers in each of the semifinals going into the final, with their starting order decided by the number of laps that they do and the total time that they completed those laps in. So if you're an RC racer or you follow RC racing, you know what I'm talking about. But if this is your first time watching this sort of competition, just as an example, in the short course semifinal that we watched earlier, Ian Audi, or TQ man, top qualifier, he started off the semifinal A and finished with 27 laps in 10 minutes and 5 seconds. And his closest competitor finished with 27 laps also, but in 10 minutes and 14 seconds. So that was Jack Keatley, also from the UK. So Ian is going to start in the number 1 spot for the 30-minute final race, and Jack Keatley is going to start in the 2nd spot. So that's why the finishing time is very important to break the ties. If they finish on the same number of laps. So 5 racers in each semifinal going to be going up, and that's true for the four-wheel drive semifinal, which is going to kick off at 11:20 for the A and 11:55 for the B. Maël Boucher from France, another one of our youth racers, doing very well to BRTQ. He's not officially on pole yet. Ian Audi is our first official pole position finisher. So I know I kind of swap him around, but for the finals it is actually important. Or it's even more important, I should say, for the finals, because he's going to start on pole position. So, taking a little bit of a breath. We've got Peter Hartman still out there. He's just crossed the finish line again to finish his 12th lap. He started his 13th. Bastard Colores, Marco Leitinen. There's been a swap of position between them. Thomas Kraus still in 4th. And we're not covering that because the more important positions are the 5th place position, which I think has swapped around now as I've been explaining things. We've got the we've got Higgins and Lars Abes just coming underneath us, battling for the our 5th place battle is at the top of the hill, coming down the hill now into the hairpin.
10 minutes to drive.
So we're halfway through, and this is our battle for 5th. We've got Higgins in that white and green car with the yellow wheels, and the car with the white wheels that is just past him. That's Lars Abes. And Kim Nygaard, as these guys are kind of slowing each other's down, as they're making little mistakes and not really bumping into each other, just making little mistakes here and there. Kim Nygaard obviously made a mistake or two, let these two pass, but he's caught up to them once again. So going up the hill over the RC Fox jump. Big air from Kim Nygaard. Good jump. Nice speed as he goes over that big tabletop, and then kind of messes it up and gets stuck on the pipe. That's okay. He's in 7th spot at the moment, so we got a battle for 5th. 5th, 6th, and 7th. Almost all on screen, but we've got 5th and 6th. Oh, Higgins gets sideways. Let's Habez get ahead by another couple of tenths, and then he rolls it and loses another half set, and then Kim Nygaard rolls it behind him, so spread out further once again as Hartman laps Kim Nygaard in the number 8 car. So he's about to come up on this battle. Well, we're following, it's not really a battle at the moment now. It's kind of spread out. Higgins going up the hill. So we're following him because if he makes a mistake, Lars Abes is going to catch him. It's going to have, at this point, it's going to have to be a big mistake, but the speed spread of these drivers is quite wide. Even the semifinals, you can see Matt Higgins rolling it there.
8 minutes to drive.
We're over halfway done. We've got 8 minutes left. As that car just behind Higgins, who we're on, that is Petter Hartman. Higgins in that number 8 car doing really well to start at 8th, which means 8th, 9th, and 10th in the semifinals are the cars that have bumped up from the quarterfinals. He's coming up on the car 9, who is Darren Smith, fellow Brit. And that car now immediately behind Higgins is, once again, Petter Hartman from Czechia, which is that's our leader. So no worries there. He's doing fine. Both coming over the big RC Fox jump. Used to be a very dangerous double jump, which required lots and lots of speed, but they filled that in, and now it's a relatively easy tabletop jump. Higgins, pretty good, decent speed. I think Petter is just kind of taking it easy. He knows there's a massive gap behind him. The second place car is number 3. Where's he out on track? We're not going to follow him, just want to spot him. He's about 20 seconds behind him. At least 15 or 20 seconds behind him, so he wants to have a good pace. Hartman is who I'm talking about. But he doesn't want to push things because if he brakes or somehow the engine cuts, there will be problems, and he potentially won't be able to get into the final. So the important thing is to finish this race, ideally as high as possible in positions. Top 5 bump up. But again, the starting order is going to be based on the number of laps that you do. So you want to finish, so you don't go pushing your car, running 10/10ths everywhere. But you still need to finish quickly. So who's this number 7 coming up behind Higgins? That's position 8 of Dumbrova. So no threats to pretty much anyone around the track, I think. Trying to see if there's a battle here between the 3 and the 4. I don't think so. Oh no, that is our battle for second. Oh, so we do have a battle for second now. Going into the infield, Jude. Just coming over the diagonal jump, about to go over the bridge. It's our battle for second. So, just a few minutes left in this one as well. 4.5 minutes. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this one. This is our battle for second between Bastian and Marco. Didn't expect to be following this, but it's the only battle out there as they come over the big tabletop into the hairpin. Ooh, up on 2 wheels. Is that an FG? It's running quite low. It's got that sort of rearward cockpit. Car 3 and 4. Thomas Kraus falling back. No, he fell back quite early. I think he was one of the ones that went over on the first lap. Let's see where Thomas Kraus in the number 2 is. He's quite a ways behind these two, so no threat once again. They're actually about to come up and lap him. The 3 and the 4. That's Bastian and Marco. Down the hill. Marco just a bit closer that time. Oh, a little squirrely for Bastian. As they're coming under the RC Models bridge. Over the tile section around the hairpin there. Very loose. These cars 2-wheel drive only. So that's the rear drive. Rear wheels are the only thing that are driving them. And unlike the electric buggies, they do have front brakes. So which can be, depending on the setup that you've got on the car and your radio, you can adjust them actually during the race. So it's Bastian, then Marco crossing over, finishing their 22nd laps, going up the hill over the RC Fox jump. Back down the hill, a little bit further back now is Marco. Makes that up seemingly on braking. Bastian a little bit squirmy coming out of these high grip turns. Could be all the potholes that are getting developed around the track as it starts to, well, continues to brake. Oh, and Marco rolls it. The number 4 car. That's unfortunate. The number 9 car getting past him. That's okay. That's one of our lapped cars of that's Darren Smith. And actually, is that our number 2? That's Thomas Kraus. So it's actually, this is our battle for third now. So this 4 and the 2. The 4 car of Marco, that's 3rd place. Kraus just behind in 4th place. Kind of misidentified him earlier, so they weren't coming up to lap him. He was about a third of a lap or so behind him, but enough mistakes from Marco. As these two coming over the tile section, going over the little kicker. This isn't major pressure. As long as they both finish, it's all fine. There's no other threats. The 5th place battle. Let's see. There is no 5th place battle. So no one coming up behind. There's plenty of space behind them, so no pressure. Ideally, they both want to finish. Of course, they got exposed wheels and tires. So if they, just like F1 cars, if they start rubbing tires, someone's going to go over. It's not like short course where it's like off-road touring cars, kind of what I call it. You can kind of get sideways and get next to cars and, you know, bang doors a little bit. Can't really do that with these cars because the wheels just stick out from the body, as you can see. So Kraus got the advantage this time as they're about to come over the double-double section. Little wild there, so that lets Marco catch up a little bit. So they are on their last lap. They just crossed under the timing loop, and then the time expired. So Hartmann going to run away with this one. We're following this race because if that green car goes over, it's going to let the blue and red car of Marco get past and take 3rd. Looks like he's driving it pretty safe, staying within the limits. Coming over the double-double section and finishing. There we go. That's cars 2 and 4, the last cars to finish. That's Petter Hartmann, Bastian Colleres, Kraus, Leitinen, and Abes finishing in the 5th spot. So Higgins just outside of the bump-up positions. So that's our first of the semifinals completed. You can see the running order or finishing order there.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach's ihm mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Minutes to start. 5 minutes to start. The track is open.
Okay, and welcome back. As you can see, cars for the semifinal B of two-wheel drive out on the track now, getting their warm-up laps in. They got a couple minutes more to go before they're going to get called into the pits. So we hope everyone has been enjoying the racing so far here from Southern Austria. We're at the WMW Fairing Circuit just outside of Fairing, Austria, bringing you live and uninterrupted the complete finals day for the large-scale off-road European Championships organized by EFRA. We are Control Sport and RC Racing TV. My name is Frank. We've got Matt, who will be joining us at some point on the microphone. He's running all the technical black boxes that are surround the commentary position. We've got Jude McCallum out on camera, currently just checking one of the cameras. Drivers in this race, you've seen the names flash up on the screen. Luc Vandenberg from the Netherlands, Fabian Ritter from Switzerland, Martin Consol from Czechia, Kevin van Medevort from the Netherlands, Esa Letamaki from Finland, Lucas Herman from Germany, Neil Sivens from the UK, Roger Coos from Switzerland, and from Germany, the final two, Thomas Reen and Michael Scholes. Coos, Reen, and Scholes all bumping up from the quarterfinal B that we saw yesterday. So they're going to want to do the same thing that, let's see, we did have a quarterfinalist bump up into the final, I believe. Yes, Andrew Spence in the short course semifinal B. His truck is going to be very tired because it was in the quarterfinal B yesterday, and a couple of races ago it was in the semifinal B for short course, and he's going to be in the final later today. The finals starting at 12:45 for short course, 1:45 local time for two-wheel drive, which is this class it's about to run. This is the second of two semifinals. And then four-wheel drive will start at 2:45. These times are all local Central European time for Austria. So just make note of that. If you're watching from Australia or Bolivia or Brazil or the UK, Finland, racers, fans, clubmates, friends, family of these racers watching from all around the world. And you can see the racers, drivers, oh, they're not going into the pits. Oh, no, this was their formation lap. Okay, sorry about that. Just got a little confused with my waffling. A little bit too much time filling. But there we go. See, they do the formation lap. You can see the last of the races starting around the corner. So here we go. Vandenberg starting on pole position for this one. Okay, we had sort of a jump start there from the car 2, but he held back at the start, so he's in roughly where he's meant to be. Bit of the usual sort of off-road jumble at one of the sharp corners, so our leader is off well. Got a battle for second. See, a battle for fifth is what we're interested in, though, because that's the final bump-up position. At the moment, that's the cars 7 and 6, but they're passing a stricken car who's upside down. That is our car 3 of Martin Consol. So we'll let these guys sort of shake out each other and see what develops over the next couple of laps, because it's a 20-minute race, so there's plenty of time for things to settle down. These drivers get their emotions and their mental state under control. Got one going under the bridge. Second place, car 4 of Van Medevort. Let's make sure I'm looking at the right race listing. And then who's in third currently? It's the number 5 car of Esa Letomaki. And then the battle for 4th and 5th is 7 and 6. And that's very rapidly moving up to Letomaki. But 7 and 6 is that's Neil Sivens and Lucas Herman. And they're coming just underneath us over the double-double. Let's see. As cars 3 and 2 of Consul and Ritter, they got caught up in some of that first lap melee. So running order, Vandenberg, Van Medevort, Letomaki, Sivens, and Herman. Herman and Consul in that car 6 and 3 are the ones that are really important. Okay, it's already swapped around while I was reading off the names. Coming up the tile straight is our battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th, I believe. Cars getting all tangled up each other. We've got a 5-way battle for 3rd place. So this will not end happily for at least 2 of these drivers. 20-minute race, remember. These guys need to be patient. I mean, if you see an opening, for sure, go ahead and take it. But just be mindful that if you take it too tight or just something just bumps out of the way unexpectedly or in the way, you might be breaking your car and not being able to finish. Top 5 racers in this one going to be getting into the final. Oh, and over goes car 5. That was Letomaki, letting the car 6 of Herman get past. And then Herman tanks it, gets passed by Letomaki. The car 2 of Ritter wanting to have a say as well. These guys coming over the double-double, carnage coming up the step. That's literally just a tangle of cars. Let's see when they cross the finish line how it all has shaken out, at least for this lap. Van Medevort, Sivens, Consul, Letomaki, Herman, and Ritter. These guys all very close together. Sivens getting caught by Consul, and then it's Letomaki, Herman, Ritter. Scholes is not too far behind. And I tend to say, I catch myself saying, pick up the pieces quite a lot with these guys, because when these cars crash heavily, there are literally pieces spraying out across the track. Quite impressive to watch, but not if you're the racer that has to pay for all these spares. That very last jump on the double really getting worn down. It's almost completely flat. There's almost no landing ramp anymore. So the running order, Vandenberg way out in front, Van Medevort, 2 Dutchies out in front leading this one away. Sivens, Consul, Ritter, Letomaki, Herman, all quite close to each other on the track. We're following the battle of, this is the car 7 of Sivens in 3rd, and we've got Consul and Ritter behind. It's cars 3 and 2. Let's follow the 3 and 2 just a bit closer, and as they're coming over the double-doubles into that bank turn, coming underneath the timing loop. Bit of a swap there. Now it's Sivens, Ritter, Consul, Herman. Ritter, Consul, and Herman all very close together. It's a battle for 4th. 3 cars between. 3 cars battling. With the 2 and 3 as they're coming up the tile section. The 2 is Fabian Ritter from Switzerland. Consul in the car number 3 from Czechia. That red and white. It's coming over the RC Models bridge, trying to catch up to Neil Sivens. Now these guys, if they're playing it smart, and who knows if they will, they are racers. They've got their adrenaline up. They want to make sure they finish in the top 5. These are only the battle for 4th, so they're all still in the bump up positions as Ritter gets it all. No, it's Sivens gets it all wrong around the hairpin. That lets Ritter catch almost right up to him. So let's follow the 7 and the 2 as they go through the infield. The wind again died down just a bit. There's a lot of dust in the air now, but it is there is a bit of a breeze. These guys coming through the step section. Car 3 waiting in the wings. Console trying to catch back up to Ritter. Next car behind, several seconds behind. It's car 5 of Letomaki, followed very closely by Herman, but that's the position for 6th position, so we're not massively concerned about it. I know we do have some followers watching right now cheering on the Finn, but it is the battle for 5th that we're really concerned with, because that is the final bump up position for the final. These 3 all kind of stuck together, and then the usual sort of off-road race. There's one of them will make a mistake, fall to the back, and then slowly catch up, and then someone else will make a mistake and fall to the back and slowly catch up. So it is an endurance race, a 20-minute race. They're all about to come up and lap Thomas Reen, one of our bump ups from yesterday's quarterfinal in that yellow car, so he should move over for them. Oh, and who is that getting? Oh, flipped right over. The car 7. Sivens. So big crash. So we're following these 2 coming over the bridge, the 7 and the 3. Coming down the step. Nearly caught up to Reen now. There's Thomas letting them pass. But, oh, he let one car pass and he got in front of the next one. So he's still, there he goes. You don't have to crash into the wall, though. It's a bit too generous. Don't have to wreck your own race, or wreck your own car. Luckily, he's not battling with anyone, so he's not giving up a spot there when he's being lapped. So these 2 still stuck together pretty close. 7 and the 3 of Sivens and Ritter. Car 6 still some way behind. That's Lucas Horman has made his way past Letomaki. These guys come around the bank corner once again. Very, very close together. It's the battle for 4th, remember, so the important thing here is for them, from their perspective, is that they just finish the race at least in 5th place or better. So car 6 is slowly catching up to him. It's Lucas Horman. We're eventually going to see a yellow and green car creeping up on them. Just slightly better times from Herman. 47.4 for Herman, 47.5 for Console, 48 flat for Sivens. Five getting in the mix now. Oh no, that's Letomaki. They're lapping Letomaki, I think. Yeah. So Sivens has had a nightmare lap, falling right back. Let's reset here. So the car 3 currently in 4th. Sivens is the number 7. And he's got number 1 of Vandenberg about to lap him. And the car 6 of Herman. Sivins has just gone under. Pick up the car 7, who's just gone over the RC Fox jump at the back, is the with the bright white wing and wheels. This is Sivins. And just behind him is our leader. He's coming up to put a lap on him. Leader of Luke Vandenberg. So he should let that car pass. And then behind him is Lucas Herman. Let the Maki crashes and lets Sivins past. So Herman getting caught up somewhere as well. We're going to watch, stick with Neil Sivins here as he lets the leader pass. Very good. A little contact there where it doesn't hurt anybody. Light contact like that isn't going to hurt one of these things. So Sivins wouldn't do too bad just following the leader and seeing where the fast lines are, because certainly Vandenberg is, unless something very bad happens, he's going to get into the main final with 8 minutes left in this one. Coming over the RC Models Bridge. Maki must have pulled off in the pits for some sort of repair or something, because we're a lap down. So we're still with Sivins. He's not going that much slower than the leader, actually. He's over the last couple of laps since he's let him pass. He's only lost a half second or a second or so. Herman not catching up all that quickly, though. Herman in the 6th spot, wanting to catch up to the car 7 who we're following. So just sticking with the car 7 and seeing if Neil makes any mistakes or gets caught up with the back marker. Because if that happens, that's then Lucas is going to be right on him. No other close battles on track that we can find. Oh, he's off the track, but back on it, he's okay. But he's lost probably about a second to Lucas now. You can just see Lucas there as they're passed over each other, doing the doubles on the infield. Coming into the step section now. Around, it's kind of a lackadaisical line around the banking. Neil getting very wild coming down the straight, down the hill, over the off-camera corner. So that is just behind him. The orange car is not battling with Sivins here. But now, Sivins, some sort of issue now, just developing. Now he's gone over, and that is the car 6 of Herman, gone over, gone past Sivins, who went over. So now, stick with the yellow and green car of Lucas Herman, who is now our 5th place runner. Going over the RC Fox jump, coming down the hill. Neil, some sort of issue that not easily visible. Now, some of these drivers, maybe they're just not used to driving for more than 10 minutes. These guys have been driving 10-minute runs for all of the races until yesterday afternoon, when at least the ones who bumped up started driving 20-minute races. Lucas goes down, Sivins goes off again. Wow. He's having a mare, as they would say. Lucas goes up the hill into the shadows of the trees at the back of the track over the RC Fox jump. Oh! Watch yourself, Letamaki. Don't pull out in front of a car coming down the racing line. So, over the double. Not a great hit. Lucas may have had his eye taken away by just being conscious of another car behind him, even though slower. It's okay. Oh, Sivens off again. But then Lucas, not wanting to get tangled with Letamaki, getting past Letamaki again, and then getting a bit loose in that first corner. That's the first time we've seen that happen. I think because he was trying to take the inside line there. See if Lucas can just get away from Letamaki. I don't think Letamaki's doing anything insidious and trying to slow Herman down, but sort of, getting a bit wide and in the loose. Oh, now Letamaki, I'm not sure what Letamaki's doing here. Letamaki's a lap down. Should be called by the referees. This is not a battle for position for Letamaki. Letamaki getting having to get off the throttle, going around the 90-degree left turn bend. Oh, and then Horman gets it wrong again. Let's Letamaki. I know what the mentality is, that he wants to create a gap to Letamaki, because I would be thinking, well, this is a lap car. I just want to get away, but because I'm over driving and having to take different lines and stuff like that, it's every time I make a mistake, Letamaki gets past me. So he singled that jump, and then Letamaki made it a double, which is the faster line. Oh, and it goes over coming down the step, and then Letamaki does. Now they're tangled up together. And now Sivens is now 5 seconds closer than he was. Not in any danger position of taking over. Here, got a replay. And then that's what happens to open wheel cars. Just get tangled up together. So this is a battle that we're watching that isn't really a battle, because Letamaki is really couple of laps behind Herman. Herman just wants to get away from Letamaki so he can make more gap to Sivens. He certainly has a nice, I don't know if I call it comfortable, a comfortable gap for Horman. Will probably be about 10 seconds back to Letamaki, because one rollover is automatically going to be 5 seconds. You roll it. There's only 1 minute left. So let's go ahead and pick up our leader as he's going up the hill. The green car with the white and yellow wheels coming over the RC Fox jump. That's our leader of Luke Vandenberg. Going to take this one. I think he might have this lap and possibly one more. There's 30 seconds left in this one. You can see he's over a full lap ahead of Ritter, running in second. Ritter took the second place from Van Medevort. One second left, and that is it. And there he goes. That's Luke Vandenberg taking the win in the semifinal B. Not a huge amount of action in that one, but just enough to keep us going. We've got the four-wheel drive semifinals starting at 11:20, which is about 16 minutes away. So the finishing order for that one: Vandenberg on 26 laps, Ritter on 25, Van Medevort and Conso also on 25. Lucas Horman going to take the 5th position with 25 laps also. So For everyone who's watched so far for the short course, what should be the final starting order for short course is, by my calculation anyway, I might have a couple of these transposed wrong, but I believe it's going to be Audi, Morat, Stokes, Kreisig, Letchford, Jones, Buxton, Trotman, Gehrig, and Spence. That is going to be the top, the top final, the final for short course, and that is going to kick off at 12:45. So be sure, obviously, stay with us all day. But if you want to watch that specifically, make sure you're tuned in for 12:45. So we're going to take a bit of a break, and we'll be back a few minutes before the next final of four-wheel drive semifinal A.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
The team manager from the Netherlands, please come to the race director immediately now.
Five minutes to start. The track is open.
Martin number 1.
All right, welcome back. Four-wheel drive out on the track and warming up. So in this one, these guys will be, I think we're going to have the, well, you can see the names in the timing screen at the top. You can also see the gap between the racers. We've re-configured the timing there so you can see the gap between the drivers. There we go, there's our racers. Maël Boucher from France, Patrick Schweitzer from Austria, this is his home track. From Germany, Sven Rodewald. Ken Valkiers from Belgium. Roman Walter from France. Dan Krabam from the Netherlands. Callan Gunn from Australia. From Switzerland, Melanie Trotman, who we're told is the daughter of Bruno Trotman. Dennis Zimmerman from Germany, and Palle Hornum from Denmark. So everyone is checked in, as we would hope. Now the provisional final grid for two-wheel drive, by my calculations, now this may change, again, it's provisional, is Luke Vandenberg, Petter Hartman, who was our overnight and our qualifying TQ, has been, he was finished a second behind Luke Vandenberg in total race time in their semis. And then we've got Bastian Colleres, Thomas Kraus, Fabian Ritter, Marco Leitinen, Kevin Van Mettevoort, Martin Consul in the 8th position, Lars Abes, and then Lucas Horman, who we were watching quite closely for quite a bit in that last run. Again, provisional times. You can find these times on the MyRCM live timing link, which is, I put a link in the Facebook page for EFRA. That is on the post that gives the what's the most recent post on the EFRA Facebook page. There's a link in there that goes to the EFRA website, and all of the live timing links are on there. So you can click through and follow to your heart's content. The final for short course is going to be up at 12:45. We have the semifinal B, which is what we're is coming right after this race, or well, about 15 minutes after this race. Then we have a very brief lunch break. Short course semifinals start at 12:45 local time, and then 1:45, and then 4:45, 2:45 for four-wheel drive, and we're about to start. And everyone is off and away. Second and third already. Slight bumping there. The leader, ooh, he's got a good going. He's got a good gap already. Our leader, Mael Boucher. So we're going to let these guys try to settle down. If they can calm themselves and their nerves and their cars. Stay out of trouble. No major gaps anywhere. Someone has gone off the track very slightly. It's car 6. Krabbaum, and I think it was Callan Gunn who got... No, it was Palle Hornum who got spun around a bit. Got a change in the lead, which is completely fine. So first and second, and then third and fourth. Let's watch this car 3 as he's about to come under the bridge. Car 3, Juice, move back a couple cars. Car 3 just going through the hairpin and up the kicker now. So this is our 5th place car of Sven Rodewald. We were watching him quite a bit last week in Italy, the large-scale touring car Euros. Obviously quite a change to come and race off-road after that. So he's already up on 4th place of Walter Romain. Or sorry, Romain Walter. So it is, yes, this is the battle for 4th, but it's the top 5 that will be getting through. So it looks like he might be able to get past Romain. And leave him to the very quick chasing. Is that car 8? And it's Callan Gunn. And then but in front of him is Melanie Trotman. Is running 6th, and then Callan Gunn 7th in the car 7. Trotman, Gunn, and Krabbaum all having a battle together to see who is going to emerge from that to try and chase down this car 3, who's a bit squirrely there. Those 3 battling to see who's going to be able to chase down Sven Rodewald, who we are following right now. I think, well, nothing's really happening with them. So let's drop back to the cars about to cross over the bridge. There's 3 cars that are all fighting each other. That's Trotman in the 8. Callan Gunn bringing up the back of these 3, and then in between them is Don Krabbaum and Callan Gunn just crossing underneath us, going up the hill. Krabbaum in the pink car, Gunn in the orange. Grabom chasing down Melanie Trotman in the other pink car, pink and blue. And then pink and white. Now they're all together again, roughly. So these three cars all battling with each other very hard for the 6th position. So no, it's not a bump up spot, but they're keeping this race pretty lively, to be honest. Coming down the step section. Going wide, coming back up it over the double doubles. The four-wheel drive car is able to make those into double doubles very easily, no matter what speed they're doing, as long as everything's working okay. Is it going around the off-camber corner under the RC Models bridge, over the tile section, and back up the hill. Oh, and who was that? That was car. That was Trotman. No, that wasn't Trotman. It was car 6. The 6 and the 8 look very similar. No, it was Trotman. I did read it right. These two having a right old ding dong as it's letting Dan Krabom in the 6 get away. He's at the moment won the battle for 6th position and trying to chase down the car 3 who we were following earlier. We're going to stick with these two though because they're keeping things very interesting for sure. Krabom trying to chase down Rodewald. He's running in the 5th. So we're watching this battle between the Australian Callan Gunn and the Swiss racer Melanie Trotman in the pink 8 car. Coming over the double doubles. No major unexpected losses of top drivers in these cars in the subfinal, in the semifinals so far. The only surprise so far has been Petter Hartmann, who was our overnight TQ and our overall TQ, is actually not going to start in pole position because he finished his total time to get 26 laps was 10 minutes and 4 seconds in the semifinal A. But Luke Vandenberg pipped him by 1 second in the semifinal B, getting 26 laps in 10 minutes and 3 seconds, which means if I understand everything properly, Luke Vandenberg is going to start on pole position for the final, the main final of two-wheel drive. And again, that's going to kick off at 1:45 p.m. at Central European Time. Oh, we have what's happened. No, it's off track. It's off camera. I mean, it's all right. So Gunn has slowly edged away. We have a nice little interview with him that I believe we'll be playing in during the finals to keep everybody occupied. There's lots of time between the finals, so we got interviews to play through and some drivers to chat with. So Gunn still leading Melanie Trotman, battling for that 7th place position. Dan Krabom is quite a ways ahead. And he is quite a ways behind Sven Rodewald. So this is the only real battle for position on track still. Hang on. We've got the 4 and the 3. Valkers and Rodewald just going up the straight section. Sorry, into the infield. Sorry. Yeah, I missed it as I was looking at the names. Callan Gunn has had to pit and is now out of the race. So let's go to the step section with his red and white car. The number 4 of Ken Valkeers, former European champion, and Sven Rodewald, no slouch himself. This is our battle for 4th position. So not sure what happened to Callan, but it's an unfortunate end to his to the Australians' campaign this week. Melanie Trotman still running. We've seen cars in this semifinal so far losing tires, losing shock mounts, various things. Braking, these cars are very heavy, very fast. And yeah, they're basically made completely all of heavy-duty aluminum, but things can break, and they often will. These are 20-minute races, remember. Schweitzer still taking the Schweitzer line. I think he's just staying ahead just about Mail Boucher. So that's a pass for the lead. And this is a battle for fourth place that we're watching. Romain Walter is pretty much on his own. Let's watch the two cars going up the hill now and about to go over the RC Fox jump. These are our leaders. Patrick Schweitzer in the car 2 has recently passed Mail Boucher. There he goes, taking the Schweitzer line. It's all within track limits, so he's not cutting the track. He obviously knows the track a bit better than probably everyone else here, but everyone has had several days of racing on this track. So Trotman staying out of the way as they're going over the step section, going over the double-double. Boucher not wanting to give up the pole position. I'm sure we have a dead car that they're just, it's not dead, it's just flopped over. It's gone turtle. So Schweitzer coming up on the 0. Ooh, just nearly getting tagged of Hornum. There's Schweitzer, Boucher about to come over that bridge. Schweitzer, the track knowledge and track time coming to the fore here. Looks like he might be able to take away pole position from Boucher. Of course, it depends what happens in the semifinal B. This is just the first of 2 semifinals. Only 5 racers from each semifinal are going to go up. So 10 cars total in each of the main finals. Boucher, Boucher flipping over. He's okay, though. That might be the first mistake that we've seen from him all week. Haven't seen Callan Gunn come out, so I believe his race is truly done. Yeah, he's the only one showing as a black number, or a red number, I should say, on the timing in the top right. So our battle for the lead seems to have stretched out a bit, and Rodewald and Volkers, I think, are still pretty close together. So where are they? They're coming down the hill. That's the 3 and the 4, just about to go under the bridge. This is our next closest, well, actually our closest battle. Again, these two still going at it. All that time we were watching the battle for the lead develop. These guys have been, whoa, very close together. No one wanted to get caught out by track cutting, so that was Valkyries, I believe, in the 4 car, holding back. Made a mistake, cut the track just a bit, but held back. So I'm sure he'll be able to catch up once again. Loads of dust coming off of that RC Fox jump. So we've got 2 extended length battles here. Oh, who's that gone over? That is car 3 of Rodewald has gone over. So that lets Valkyrs get way ahead now. Oh, and he's over again, hitting a back marker on the landing ramp. Well, that stretches out that battle again. Quite a ways. And we're following Valkyrs. Nope. 1 car ahead is our number 3 of Rodewald. the 5th and final bump up spot. Krabom is still quite a ways behind, even after all that. Got a car with a very loose body. Is that number 5? I think that is. No, it's not Krabom. Krabom is no, car number 6. So let's reset just a bit. This is another semifinal that has stretched out really, really far. Coming over the bridge now is our leader. And coming over into the step section, that bright, bright, bright orange and yellow. It's Patrick Schweinzer, the Austrian, who lives in Fehring. This is literally his home track. So say all you want about home track advantage, but it's true of any track that we're going to go to. So I don't begrudge him the track knowledge that he obviously has. He's the only one taking that Schweinzer line over the off-camber corner. He's going to be catching up to the car 6 of Krabom, who is in 6th position. Already lapped him. Krabom way behind the 5th position car of Rodewald in the car 3. I think the 3 and the 4 are back together again. You can't break these guys apart. They're just going into the step section. So we got the battle is... Oh, and then Rodewald flips it over already. All of that action happening off camera. We've got 5 minutes left to this race. Still on our leader, Patrick Schweinzer. And about 5 seconds behind him, you saw him just flash up in the screen there. Car 1 of Mel Boucher. Taking it. Oh, Schweinzer, big crash. Going over the RC Fox jump. Lands on his wheels. Champions roll. Keeps going. Got that on replay. You can see it here. Just hits that tuft of dirt, grass coming over. Somersaults, but managed to land it. Probably has some experience maybe with the 1/8 buggy. They somehow those guys are, when they crash, they just go full throttle and start whipping the steering wheel side to side. And somehow, half the time at least, they're able to get it back on its wheels and running without needing any marshal assistance. So that does let Boucher catch up by a couple of seconds. Having to be off throttle at any point on the track where you're meant to be at full throttle. Obviously, you're going to lose time to the cars around you. Schweinzer going quick. His fastest lap is 40.7, whereas Boucher's fastest lap is 41.1. Last time around, 43 point something. This time around, 42.1. So he's made up over, well, he lost about a second there. Luckily didn't need a marshal. Taking out Schweinzer line. Didn't seem to help so much during the, well, obviously it helped enough that he's started this race in second. But he's certainly using it to full advantage in this semifinal. Next semifinal up in, let's see, it's at 11:55. So in about 19 minutes is when the next semifinal is up. At the moment, we've got Schweinzer, Boucher, Walter, Valkers, and Rodewald. Dan Krabom from the Netherlands still about a quarter lap behind Rodewald, so still no threat for the 5th position. So we've been following our leader for quite a bit. Let's drop back one car and see if we can pick up the second place at the moment car, or overnight TQ of Mel Boucher. This racer from France, only 15 years old, and he was top junior a few years back when he was only 11. Top junior in this class at the European Championships. Oop, getting that landing wrong. Comes over that, takes that wide line, straightens out into go into the bridge up the tile section. It's been like that. Male coming over the RC Models bridge into the step section. It's a very deep section. Deep step, I mean. And steep. Steep and deep. So just a minute left in this one. As Schweinzer goes past the stricken number 8 car. And Boucher just catching up to him. So for the last lap, let's catch Schweinzer as he goes underneath the timing loop and into that, well, depends what corner you... If they start on the grid, this is the first corner, so it's... Anyway, you get the idea. A couple of 90-degree corners there. One very fast. Well, they're both very fast. One is just sharper than the other. Over that off-camber corner, under the bridge, up the tile section, over the kicker, into the infield with that double there, down the steps, over the diagonal jump, over the second double in the infield. Tile section again, and then over the RC Models bridge, drifting around that iron sheet corner, and taking the double-double after the steps, and finishing with 29 laps. I shouldn't be that surprised. These are four-wheel drive after all, but Boucher, Walter, and Valkyrs are all going to finish on 29 laps, it looks like. Sven Rodewald, first of the 28-lap runners. So that is the finishing order. Schweinzer, Boucher, Walter, Valkyrs, Rodewald, Krabom, Trotman, and Hornum. Zimmerman, Callingun, the only one not to finish that one. Not a great ending for the Australians week, but we hope he's had fun out here in sunny Austria. Lovely, lovely, lovely area of the world. And of course, some great drinks and refreshments always available. So I'm sure he'll be partaking. There's your running order on screen now. The Austrian Patrick Schweinzer taking the win. And we'll see what happens after the semifinal B, where everyone actually finishes, or where everyone will actually start the main final. So we're going to take a little break until about 11:50 local time, when the next group, semifinal B, will be out on track for their warm-ups.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht denn mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach's ihm mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Minutes to start. 5 minutes to start. The track is open.
All right, 5 minutes to go before the start of the semi-final B for four-wheel drive buggies here in Austria at the EFRA large scale European Championships for off-road buggies and short course trucks. Obviously, we've got four-wheel drive out on the track now, and they're just doing their warm-up laps.
Cars are 5 and 4. Look to the track.
Car 0 of Leon Satchel having to get retrieved. I just realized we have 11 cars in this one. Ole Kling is car 11. That's interesting. Still only going to be 5 that bump up, I imagine. So I believe we have a question in the chat about Finnish racers that are going to be definitely in the finals. At the moment, I think it's just Marko Lehtinen, starting 9th, I think, in the two-wheel drive final. There are no Finns running short course. Lehtinen, I think, was just out of contention for the 5th place in the B final for two-wheel drive. So you can see all the drivers have brought their cars into the pits, the mechanics lifting the cars up off of the pit driving surface. See our EFRA official, DMC official helping officiate this one. That's Andreas Lammers in the black shirt, just at the closest to the camera. Cars have been refueled and let back out on the track, and they're going to do about a quarter of the lap, just going around the outside lane of the track, and then cut the track just at the hairpin. You can see there, and come across. I believe everyone is checked in. Yes. So the running order: Valentin Puziat from France, Pekka Ivanen from Finland, Dario Vaselli from Croatia, Wesley Van Helmen from the Netherlands, Tim van der Elst from Belgium, Jarno Sultanen from Finland, Fernie, Kraus, Gralo, Satchel, and Klinge. This is the last semi-final of the day, and they're off. Top 5 to get into the final. Dario Vaselli getting stuck in the dust. The car 3 is currently running 5th. Whoa. Some bumping and barging going into the tile section there. Top 5 to move on. So as these guys, Vaselli getting sideways again Almost, I think he lost another spot. So the first two are away together. Pecco chasing down the car number 1 of Puziat. So we're going to concentrate on the next group of cars behind. It's going to be Van Helmen, Van der Elst, Fernie, and Vaselli. All very close together. And then we've got the car 6 creeping up behind very quickly. Jarno Siltanen. Oh, we got a tire off. The number 4 car has lost a front wheel. That's Van Helmond. Wesley Van Helmond. He's going to try and make it to the pits. He's not going to have any front traction. You can get another tire on. You can't refuel, but you can change tires if you really need to. Obviously, he's going to lose loads of position, probably be at least a lap down. Coming across, that's literally a second lap going into the pits, and he's stuck. I think he can be rescued from that position. But now we're back with, where's our leaders? Leaders coming across the diagonal jump, just about to go over the RC Models bridge. That's our number 1 and 2, Puziat and Ivanen. And behind them, we've got the car 3 of Vaselli. And then it's the 5, 6, and 8. Van der Elst, Sultanen, and Kraus. Nightmare for Van Helmond. Haven't seen him come back out just yet. Vaselli working very hard to catch back up to the top 2. These 3 cars about to come under the bridge now. The 5, 6, and 8. Again, it's Van der Elst, Sultanen, and Kraus. That is the battle for 4th. Only 2 of these 3 racers are going to make it out. The car 0 is stopped out on track. That's Leon Satchel. Dead car. Oh no, he's just stopped. You don't know what's happened. His mechanic actually even ran out to rescue him, but it's obviously off camera, but that could have been a nightmare because he stopped very close to the racing line. So we're with the cars. These first 2 cars about to come under the bridge, the 5 and the 6, the green and white and the orange and white. 5 and 6 of Van der Elst and Siltanen. Very close behind them is Kraus. So anything that happens to these 2, Kraus is going to be there to pick up the pieces. Going down through the step section over the double-double. Down the pit straight and into very quick, very sharp 90-degree left-hand corner over the RC Fox jump. Very dusty coming off of that corner. Even if you land on the racing line, it's still very dusty. Lots of cars losing traction as they come off. That big jump at the top of the hill. Coming over the diagonal jump, taking the double. Over the RC Models bridge, over the steel section. Taking the double and the double. It's Van der Elst from Belgium and Sultanen from Finland. Meanwhile, off camera, Vaselli has taken the lead. He's got a very quick car. Vaselli, 3-time European champion in this class. And he's got Pekka Ivanen, the current and reigning champion, just behind him. So keep an eye on those guys. What's happening with these guys as they're going through the step section, getting tangled up. These open wheel cars, very susceptible. So we would love to bring you Dario and Pecco. That is the battle for the lead, though, so they are guaranteed to bump up if they stop here. But this is the battle for 4th position. So actually, since it's a battle for Vaselli's come off, so that means Pecco is now way in the lead. So let's stick with these guys and let the top 3 cars get back together once again. Pecco taking the lead, Dario coming off the track. We're on to car 5, 5th place position, Van der Elst. Car 7 just crossing the finish line. So now this battle is shaken out. Let's go back to the tile section now, going back up the hill into the infield. We've got the battle for the lead, 3-way battle between Ivanen, who's actually presently 3rd, Dario just in front of him, but in the lead with the car 1, Puziat, Vaseli, and Ivanen. 3 cars lapping the car 0. Good job for car number 10. Another stricken car. That is, I think, the 7. These guys very close together. Oh, the Schweitzer line. Someone's been watching the races back. Puziat. So be curious to see. There's 2 or 3 lines through that off-camber corner. These guys very quick. Last time around, 42.7, 42.4, and 45.7. This time, 42.5, 42.5, 43.4. Vaseli, Puziat, Ivanen. Single mistake can change the running order. And we got the 6 and the 5, just a few seconds behind him now. 6th place car 8 of Kraus, about 10 seconds behind 5th place. So there's no battle for 5th. We'll keep an eye on that as the race develops. We've got 12 minutes and 18 seconds left in this one. Ivanen, is he falling back just a bit? Vaseli and Puziat. Nope, Puziat, bad landing. Ivanen catches up. Let's focus on this battle for 2nd at the moment between the 1 and the 2. We haven't seen a 3-way battle for the lead yet today, I don't think. Ooh, very lucky there. They're avoiding the car 9 of Gralo, one of our bump ups. Taking the 4-wheel drift around the steel grid section. Into the bank corner and around very quick. This is one of those battles, a single misplaced landing, and it looks like Puziat getting hung up on the pipe there, but Ivanen unable to capitalize. Going up the steel section, the tile section, into the infield with the double diagonal jump and the double again over the RC Models bridge, around that drifty steel plate section. Once again, the smart money would be just bide your time. Don't worry about trying to get a pass for 2nd or the lead. Just stay where you are and take advantage if the car in front of you makes any mistakes. It's a 20-minute race. The final is a 30-minute race, so it's even longer. And these 3 have not been on the track since yesterday. Obviously, they're used to, Ivanen taking the 2nd position off of Puziat, who rolls it. So he's lost some space there. Let's follow Ivanen and see if he can catch up to Dario. Again, between Ivanen and Dario, we've got 4 European champions. The last 4 European Championship wins, actually. Ivanen looks like he is catching Dario. Look at that. Much, much closer now, right on his back wheels. Around the hairpin. Up the kicker. This is great racing from both of them. These guys know exactly what they're doing. They've raced together plenty of times before, and they're both running the same car. different engines. Oh! Very close. No contact, though. That happened directly beneath us. So Ivanen, again, like I was saying, just waiting for Dario to make a mistake, but 3-time European champion and also a champion in two-wheel drive. Dario is going to be a tough nut to crack. Going over the diagonal jump. Over the second double. Ivanen getting a bad landing, but totally fine. Losing maybe a half a tenth there. Dario getting a very bad landing there, but Ivanen unable to capitalize. Down the pit straight. Once again. And then over that very high traction. Very low. High traction on going over the jump, but then very low traction on the landing area. So Ivanen and Dario are gapping Puziat. They're both on pace to do 29 laps in 2021, which is actually slower than the A sub-final. Almost side by side going down the pit straight. Just 8 minutes left in this one. You can see the gaps in the top right of the screen. Basically nothing in it between these two. Ivanen gets sideways coming down the hill. And then Dario gets sideways coming out of the hairpin. It looks like Pecco is definitely just pushing and pushing and pushing, willing Dario to make a mistake. Coming over the side. Ooh, not a great landing there from Pecco. Over the grid RC Models bridge now, down the step, back up it, taking the double and the double. Oh, Dario! There he goes, he's over. That's Pecco in the lead now. We got a replay of that one. Here we go, you can see what happened. Takes the landing, and then he's already turning, and the car's landed on the right side wheels, and now Dario has to fend off Puziat. Pecco taking the lead now. Is he going to be able to drop the pace down? They're on a 29 lap in 20 minutes and 23 second pace, which is quite a bit slower than the, it's about, I think, 18 seconds slower than the semifinal A fastest times. Puziat gets stuck, so that gives, at the final turn, that gives Dario loads of breathing space. So now he is going to try to put the pressure on to Pecco, and our 11th place car is being retrieved by the mechanic. I can't imagine running with one of these things, especially in this heat. It's about 36 degrees out there. Oh, Dario stuck in a pipe on the infield, and that lets Puziat pass. So let's follow these two now. These guys are going to be battling very hard with each other. I think the best position they're going to be able to start the finals in is maybe third, fourth, or fifth, maybe. It's coming down the main straight together. Puziat in the 1 car, Vercelli in the 3. Puziat getting a terrible landing, getting a wheelie off of the RC Fox jump, but he's able to keep Dario behind him. Dario pushing and pushing. He had some terrible luck in the first 2 runs, engine problems. The third run of qualifying, he was able to put in a fast or a safe lap, a safe time, and do it again in the 4th and final qualifying run. Puziat, meanwhile, setting overall TQ in the first round. These guys, very, very experienced racers. Pecco, meanwhile, is about, he's almost 10 seconds ahead of these guys. 7 seconds at the last time they crossed the timing loop. And, oh, a little tap. Both cars fine. I think they're, from the shape, they're both running MCDs. Dario definitely very heavily involved with the MCD development program. Coming over the RC Models bridge. Car 1 of Puziat in France. Car 3 of Dario from Croatia. So it's been a slow build of semifinals to this morning, but this is certainly the most entertaining one that we've had so far. Either that or the caffeine has finally started to kick in. Puzia, oh, again, getting a bit sideways and then just very slow. Almost not accelerating, just coming to a complete stop almost. Dario gives him a nudge. And back on their way over the diagonal jump. Over the bridge. Oh, sideways again. Tapping that inside line. Puzia not too familiar with his results, but he's certainly no slouch out there on the track. He is a former European champion, of course, which I'm sure I've noted. Went all the way back to 2012 when this event was first run, actually here at this track when Ian Audi won it for in the two-wheel drive class. And then four-wheel drive was added. Ooh, Dario. Oh! He gets past. Wow, nice sequence of jumps there. Little bumps and passes. Do we? Don't we? We don't have it on replay then, do we? Puzia now catching. Oh, here we go. There we go. And the pass taking the double, because if you don't have the grunt to you get a little sideways and get in the dust into the loose stuff. You don't have the drive. Oh, the Schweitzer line almost worked out for Puzia. Another one who's been watching the coverage so far. Oh wow. That inside line almost really worked for Puzia. Oh, and he gets it really wrong coming into the step section and bounces out of the way. And that gives Vaselli lots of space now. We got a replay of this one. Tanking, yeah, just not a good launch coming out of there. Of course, very slick steel plates. So, Puzia, who we are with, trying to catch up to Dario. If you're wondering where Pecco is, he is way ahead of these guys. 9.7 seconds now is the gap between, and they're already together. Puzia and Vaselli. Puzia going for the inside line on the step. Who comes out of it? Puzia taking the double-double. Dario now chasing down again. Really liven up this race. We'd love to follow Pecco all the way to the end, but these guys are making it super entertaining for us. Meanwhile, that's our top three. Van der Elst in the fourth position. Sultanen in fifth. Fernie still in sixth. He's got quite a gap between himself and Sultanen in fifth. So the other Finnish racer in this one looking like they're going to be bumping up. And these guys coming around the slick section again. There's only a minute left. There's this lap and at least one more. They cross over. They're going to have this lap and one more. Meanwhile, Pecco out there going to take the victory. He's on his last lap. But we're watching Puzia and Vaselli give us a masterclass. This is a great race between these. Oh, and Dario taking the inside line with Puzia. Forced to go wide by a bad landing. Puzia trying to take the inside line and gets it wrong coming over the bridge. Drifting around that steel plate corner, down the step, over the double-double. Dario defending that inside line, but forced to go wide. This is now their last lap. Meanwhile, to finish the race, the Finnish racer, Pekka Ivanen. He's about 10 seconds from finishing. And you're going to hear him. He's just about to cross over now. There he goes. He's just finished. Car number 2 of Pekka Ivanen winning this one. Well, these two racers. Oh, Dario getting it wrong. Who's at? Where is he? Who's going to come out of there? We got Vaselli and then Puziat. Great race, both of you. So that is just about everyone finished. We've got the car 8 and 5 coming underneath us. And car 5, that was Tim van der Elst finishing in 4th position. So the finishing order, Pecco Ivanen, Dario Vaselli, Puziat, Tim van der Elst, and Jarno Sultanen, our last bump-up position for the semifinals. So, can't quite remember exactly what we're going to do. Are we going to play in anything? We're not going to play in anything. We're going to do that between the finals. So we have as few breaks in televisual entertainment for you folks that are watching us. So the finals will be starting at 12:45. We'll be back a few minutes before that. So set your alarms for 12:40, which is approximately when we'll be back for the first final, which is short course here in Austria at the EFRA large-scale European Championships and QVT.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht denn mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
25 minutes to start. 20 minutes to start. 15 minutes to start.
All spectators, we will start the main final of the European Championship 2022 in 15 minutes. The track will open in 10 minutes. Marcus, be ready. Drivers, be ready. May the best one win. The drivers of our European Championship main final in short course. In pole position is Ainodi, second Jack Kidney, third Matthew Stokes, then Taylor Letchworth, Mark Isaac, Steve Jones, Matt Buxton, Robert Brockman, Urs Ehrlich, and Andrew Spence.
10 minutes to start.
Drivers, please come to the rostrum. We will start in 3 minutes. The track opens in 3 minutes. Marshals, please go to your marshalling position. So, short course.
We are missing the marshals. Marshal position number 1, 7, 3, 2,
Starting from
and
pole position in the European Championship 2022 in Austria airing is I-90. It's grabbing a and the modified engine.
marshals to your positions. Marshal 1, Marshal 7, Marshal 3, Marshal 2 is there. Marshal 6 to your positions, please.
Starting position number 2 is Jack Kidney from Great Britain. He is also driving a Nazi and a modified engine. This is to be very good. Third position, Matthew Stokes, also from Great Britain. He's driving an SC. Starting position number 4, Tyler LSOR. He's driving an Atlas and also a modified engine. Starting position number 5, Mark Neisig from Germany, MCD and RC1 Force. Starting position number 6, Steve Jones. Like a fuel engine. Starting position number 7, Matt Buxton, 30° north. Starting
5 minutes to start. The track is open.
Marshal number 1, marshal number 3, and marshal number 6. I miss you on the track.
We are less than 5 minutes to go to the final for the EFRA large-scale short course European Championship here in Austria. We're live to you from the WMW fairing circuit in southern Austria. We've seen some pretty good racing, especially in the last semi-final that we watched of four-wheel drive buggy. First final that's going to be decided today is going to be short course truck. You can see the drivers on the rostrum there, and just coming in to get refueled. Running order in this one, or starting grid I should say, is Ian Audie, Jack Keatley, Matthew Stokes, Taylor Letchford, all four of them from the UK. Then we have Mark Kreisig from Germany, the RC Fox himself, Steve Jones and Matt Buxton from the UK. Then we have Bruno Trotman and Urs Gehrig from Switzerland. And in car 10, we have, or truck 10, we have Andrew Spence from the UK. So this final pretty stacked heavily towards a UK winner, just in numbers alone. Ian Audie has been basically the class of the field so far, so it remains, all he has to do is finish on top after 30 minutes of driving in these hot and dusty conditions. Drivers still in the pits. I don't think there's going to be any driver introductions. It pretty much depends entirely on the race organizers, whether they do that. But we've got we have a couple of LSORs, we have a couple of MCDs, we have an Elcon, and at least one 30-degree north truck. Most of the British racers running autofied Zenoa 29cc engines. So the drivers out on a very slow formation lap, almost a parade. But they are basically, because there's 10 cars in the final here, the starting grid kind of extends around the sharp 90-degree turn. So Ian Audie will be leading them off. And good luck to everybody in this race. So there we are. There's our last three positions starting around the corner. And we're going to follow the battle for the lead, starting with Ian Audie and Jack Keatley.
6, 5, 4.
5 seconds, and they're off. Pretty sensible start from everybody so far, but we've got a hairpin coming up right now. A lot of cars will be, Ian's already off the tracks very slightly. Taylor Letchford getting really stuck up with Mark Kreisig, so those guys are going to be coming through the field. Taylor Letchford dead last at the moment. Jack Keatley on camera there chasing down Ian Audie, or trying to. Ian overcooking it over there, over the double, and he's using the barriers to help slow himself down. Atari physics, as a friend of mine would call it. And Jack Keatley right on Ian's back bumper. And he's got the car 6 of Steve Jones behind him in the red. So it's British 1, 2, 3 at the moment. And then we got Mark Kreisig is able to somehow get his way out of the first lap melee. And he's back up to 4th. So it's actually British 1, 2, 3, 4. Truck number 3 of Matthew Stokes taking the 4th position. Truck 0 of Andrew Spence trying to chase down Mark Kreisig. But we're watching Ian Audie trying to hold off Jack Keatley. Jack very keen to keep this championship out of Ian's hands. Both running Audified engines. I'm wondering if Ian's got just a little bit extra grunt in that truck as they're going up the hill. And we've got, is that a lap car already, or is a truck that was in the pits and just come out behind them, not holding them up? That's Matthew Buxton. He's got troubles in that number 7 truck as these guys are coming over the tile section and around the hairpin. Over the double. Jack Keatley singling that one, so he's going to lose a chunk of time to Ian now. Jack Keatley has problems. He's got big problems. Let's go back to the gray car, the gray truck. He's got big problems. Something wrong with that thing because he's got 2 more British racers coming up right behind him. And there we go. There's one of them, Stokes. And I think, yeah, his clutch is gone. Clutch is gone. So we got a battle for second now going over the RC Fox jumps. We'll keep an eye on Ian. But it's a battle for second between 3 cars. The 3, the 6, and the 5. That is Stokes, Jones, and Mark Kreisig. Stoke in the bright car, the bright truck with the white wheels. Though they've all got white wheels, but the red truck is Jones. And then Mark Kreisig, the German. The RC Fox himself. Oh, and who's that that's gone over? I think that's Stokes. It's gone over, so that lets Jones get ahead. This battle is going to carry on. 30-minute race. Anything can happen. The marshal not hearing the race director. Not meant to try and start the truck in the middle of the track. You're going to be obstructing the view of the drivers. Drops it unceremoniously. So that is Matt Buxton's race finished. So we are following the battle for second. Actually, this is the battle for third because Jones is ahead in the red truck. This is Stokes and Kreisig battling for third. Coming down the step, they've caught up to the red truck of Jones just about. Jones, Stokes, Kreisig. Taylor Letchford now catching up to him in the white truck. These guys over the RC Fox jump coming down the hill very quickly. Sideways goes Jones. Kreisig trying to get past Stoke. Coming into the infield double. Kreisig has a good jump there, but not able to get past Stoke. And that number 3 truck. So into the step section. Taylor Letchford is now caught up to him. They're having so much fun battling each other. They've let Taylor Letchford catch up to him. So now it's a 4-car battle for second. Going all the way up the hill. Across the RC Fox jump. Jones gets a sideways coming off the jump into the soft stuff. Kreisig off the track and into the dirt. But everyone's still maintaining their position as they come into the tile section around the hairpin. Over the first infield double. Jones getting it very wide. Kreisig still not able to get past Stokes. Letchford gets past both of them. Passes 2 cars in 1 jump. Epic. He's going to be reliving that highlight for a little while to come. So now we've got Letchford in third. And we are following him in the white truck. He's making up some good time. He might be able to catch up to Jones in that red truck. Battle of the Brits. And there's a lot of them in this run. This is the final for the short course truck championships. So the winner of this race is going to take home a massive big trophy that the drivers have been able to ooh and ah over all week long. Been in the just to the side of the food tent. Letchford getting around, trying to catch up to Jones in the red truck, taking a double-double, going over the bank corner under the timing loop. Oh, and Jones tanks it into the Armco barrier. Letchford is passed. That's a pass for second. Big air jump over the RC Fox tabletop. Now Stoke is trying to catch up to him. Kreisig has fallen back quite a bit now. And if you're wondering where Ian Audi is, he's about 15 seconds ahead. Yep, 15 seconds. I have to double check that as Jones falls over and lets Stokes get past. Ian Audi 15 seconds ahead on the track. That's about a third of the entire lap. So Ian, all he has to do is maintain this gap, stay ahead, and he's going to go home a two-time EFRA champion. And we're following Ian now as he comes over the bridge. Driving very sensibly, not pushing the truck. This being a 30-minute race. Still 22 minutes left in this one. 22 and a half minutes. They've already run a 20-minute race earlier today, so I'm sure these guys have been working quite hard to make sure that everything is fresh. Checking their cars over very closely for bearings, bolts, nuts, springs, and everything else that you can possibly check on these. Quite impressive and large and heavy and fast machines. Ian coming over the double-double section just in front of us. And we'll keep an eye on the times to see where Letchford, Stokes, and Kreisig come through. But Ian is on pace to, just about on pace to run away with this. Got a battle for fourth developing, coming across the finishing line in a couple seconds. It's not developing, it's actually boiling over, these two as they're going up the hill over the RC Fox jump. Let's go to the RC Fox jump coming down the hill. We got Kreisig and Jones chasing each other. And there they are on screen coming underneath the bridge. It's Jones in the red truck. Kreisig getting hung up on the tile hairpin. Coming into the infield, Jones a little wild coming over that first double. Is he going to make the second double? He does, and makes up a little bit of time on Kreisig. Getting a little bit too much air over that RC model's jump. The semicircular bridge. So he's lost. Now he's stuck on the pipe. That is unfortunate. Let's move forward to Kreisig. Buxton back out there now. Kreisig coming down the hill. So we'll stay with him for a little bit and reset. Find out who is where on track. Letchford still in second. Stokes in third. Kreisig has, at the moment, fought off Jones for fourth place. Ian Audi way out in front. Still 17-second lead for Ian. Our EFRA section chairman this week relinquishing his duties and allowing himself to have just a bit of fun and probably take home the championship. So we're with Kreisig as he's just lapped. Which truck is this? the number 9 of Urs Gehrig from Switzerland. We did have a battle for, quite a big battle for 3rd and 4th, but that has dissipated for the moment. We've got 19 minutes left in this one. So still almost the full length of time that these guys have already run earlier today. No qualifying directly into the final. You have to qualify into the semis. It's the best you can do, and then you still have to fight your way and earn your place in the final. And that's exactly what Ian has done here. As Kreisig is passing the stricken car of Ian Jones. So let's see if we can find the car of Matthew Stokes. It's about to come under the bridge. Car 3, the yellow and orange with the blue rear end. Union flag draped over the back end of that pickup. This is our second place runner as Ian crosses directly underneath him. It's actually not far from lapping Stokes. So far ahead. 30 seconds ahead now. Just coming down the hill into the hairpin over the little kicker jump. Under the bridge. You see how rough that section of track is getting now, leading into the bridge. We don't see a huge amount of passing there yet, but there could be by the time we get to the four-wheel drive final. That section of track could be very rough indeed for these drivers. So let's move to the coming over the bridge now. We've got Ian in the car number 1. Things are spread out quite a bit. No battles on track. So we're going to stick with our leader until we see something developing. Ian 32.5 seconds ahead of Matthew Stokes. Jack Keatley, unfortunately, broken out after 3 laps. Matt Buxton had to pit. Jones now requiring a mechanic to come out and collect his car. So Jones, another victim of the track. Letchford in the white truck. He's making up some laps, but he's not. He's well down the order at the moment. Audi, Stokes, Kreisig up into 3rd now because I think that's because Letchford broke out. Trotman from Switzerland in 4th. Spence, one of 3 Brits running in the top 5. We're still with Ian, taking the wide line around that hairpin. Wanting to preserve the truck, make sure it can finish 30 minutes of brutal punishment on this track. But then landing directly on the pipes, so that's not going to be great for the truck, but it's fine now. So the next race up after this, I think there's about 15 minutes left in this one. And at 1:45 Central European time will be the 2-wheel drive main final, as Audi is coming up to the car 0 of Andrew Spence, who's worked his way up from last place on the grid. He's now running in 5th. So Audi putting another lap on Andrew, And the next one up for him is the truck 8 of Trotman, who's the very next car. Spence and Trotman, actually, it is a battle for 5th. So it's not much, but it is a battle. We'll keep an eye on that. So the 2 cars behind Audi, now who's on camera, that's our battle for 5th. And now they're right next to each other, coming into the hairpin. Oh! Let's not brake and just use the other truck as a brake. So let's follow this battle. We've got something happening on track at least. Maybe we can just ask Ian to, come in and have a Coke Zero or something like that. Trotman passing Spence. Coming through the step section and over the double-double. Both going underneath the start-finish line, or rather the finish line. This is our battle for 4th. Ian is well ahead, as you can see from the timing at the top of the screen. He's 34 seconds ahead of Stokes, who is himself 8 seconds behind. We'll keep an eye on that. Spence and Trotman very close together. At least on timing. They're a little bit apart now. I think Trotman has had a little mistake here or there. It's going over the bridge and through the the slick steel plate section. Ooh, good jump from Trotman. Coming over the double-double. Trotman making up a little bit of a gap. Coming down the pit straight. And up the hill over the RC Fox jump. Big air for both of them. Good jumps, good landings, keeping the pace up. Trotman going way too wide there, getting into the slippy stuff. It's basically just very, very fine sand on the outside of that corner. Not going to find much traction there. And then over the diagonal jump. Ooh, Spence going, very, very wide. He's stuck on the bridge. So that is a pass for position. 4th place. Trotman takes it back. Sorry, no, Spence takes it back. Got Letchworth back out there in the white truck. So 0 is the, okay, I got mixed up with his British flag, his English flag, I should say. 0 is Spence. Trotman is in the white and green. They've just passed, Trotman has just passed Jones in the truck 6 in the red. Stick with the white and green car. He's already on screen for us, coming up the step over the double-double. Jones wanting to stay out of everyone's way. He's a few laps back. So is Letchford, who's catching up to Spence now. Kreisig and Trotman possibly close there. They're getting closer together. They're not really in the same section of track though, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. So 10.5 minutes left in this one. I almost tricked myself and said we're just over halfway through. We're actually 2/3 of the way through. Taylor Letchford in the white truck coming over the bridge. He's got a broken front arm. This truck is trying to rally style it around, but he's unable to. And I think Jones is also broken. It's 2 Brits out in the same corner. Jones being dragged off the track. So let's, don't cross the loop because he's not earned the, and is that the car 9 is flipped over. Almost collecting Ian, or Ian almost collecting the Marshall, I should say. That's right, so let's reset on Ian as we're about over 2/3 of the way through this. Ian as you can see, not driving out of his skin, just staying on the racing line as much as possible, unless he has to pass somebody who he's lapping. He's way out in front, almost a full lap ahead of everybody. Second place is Stokes, who is the very next truck on track for Ian to pass. As we can see, things can change in a heartbeat for these drivers. You don't want to hit a jump wrong or hit a pipe, or especially get collected by any lap traffic. Just observe two trucks being taken off in the same section of track. It's not just about speed, it's about endurance and keeping your vehicle running. We're pretty sure Ian's engine, obviously hand modified by himself, are going to be pretty stout and last the entire 30 minutes. Only a limited amount of fuel allowed in these. I think it's 700 cc's. I'm not sure. That's what it is for the large-scale touring cars. Ian coming underneath us. And back up the road towards that RC Fox jump. Not going for the big air. Not going for style points, just going for endurance points. 8 minutes left before he can lift the trophy. So he's just a few seconds behind Stokes now. Kreisig and Trotman not quite getting any closer together. As Ian passes underneath us, tick off another lap. Keeping an eye on Kreisig and Trotman. I don't think they're much closer together. In fact, I think actually, looking at it, Kreisig had just crossed for his 29th lap. Trotman just crossing now to finish his 28th lap, so that is that's been pointless. They're actually, he's already a lap ahead of him, so that's not even a battle for third. Kreisig, though, at the moment on pace to be on the podium with Ian on the top step. And he's following the second place racer of Matthew Stokes, who's passing Matt Buxton. Flipped over after the RC Fox jump. So 6.5 minutes left in this one. Time is counting down. Yeah. So just a little breather. That's Stokes. Is he going in the pits? No, he's just letting Ian by. So that is first and second on track. First and second on time. But Ian has just lapped Matthew Stokes. They're both coming through the infield section. Ian coming down the step and back up it. Can he almost taste the champagne? I don't know. I'm sure we'll be talking to him right after the race. 5 minutes left now. Buxton getting some laps back. Jones trying to get some laps to pass Letchford purely for bragging rights, because that is 8th and 9th. Keatley, unfortunately, broke out early on after just 3 laps. I'm not sure what happened. I think it was a clutch or gearing or something went wrong with his truck. Ian Audi. This is exactly the race, I think, that he wanted. Uneventful and leading from the flag all the way to the end, at least up to this point. Audi, Stokes, Kreisig, that's our podium positions right now. Trotman a lap behind Kreisig, so no threat whatsoever. Gehrig, Spence, Buxton, Letchford, as I think he stopped once again. Jones is still running, but many laps down. Jack Keatley stopped after 3 laps. All good for Ian. As he goes back up the road towards the top of the track. You can almost see the elevation change there. Coming down the hill towards that big hairpin over the off-camber corner, taking it quite wide. Straightening out that kink, that gentle curve that goes underneath the bridge. And over the first doubles, over the diagonal jump, and the second set of infield doubles, over the RC Models bridge, around the slippy plate section. 3 minutes left. That is about 4, maybe 5 laps. He's crossing the finish line just now. Coming up that kicker back into the infield double. You see that blue groove line really shining up as the race week has carried on. These racers have been here since Monday, getting in loads and loads of free practice runs, and then those moved into controlled practice. And the results from that led into the seeding for qualifying. Ian breaking out in the first qualifying run with a broken throttle servo. It's the only hitch he's had all week long. Obviously, his engine's running very good. Just his throttle servo letting him down. As he comes across, he's just about to finish, click off another lap. Not a great landing there. That's all right. Seems all right. 1 minute and 20 seconds left, so it's 2 more laps, I think, maybe 3. Ian on pace for 40 laps in 30 minutes and 9 seconds.
1 minute to drive.
So 1 minute left. Ian getting in 20 laps, 20 minutes in his semifinal. He got 27 laps. So if he'd stayed on that same pace, he'd be doing 54 laps in this run, but he's going to finish probably with 40 laps, which is a huge indication of how controlled his pace has been. He's about to come up on Kreisig and put him another lap down. I mean, he could just tittle around the track if he really wanted. But here he is, putting on a little show for us on his last lap. This is his last lap. So no matter what happens, he is a full lap ahead of Matthew Stokes, about to put Kreisig down another lap. That his time is expired, and this is Ian about to come across and take his win. And there we go. There's Ian, the first driver. You can see in on the rostrum. Kreisig in the gray and orange shirt there. Matt Buxton in the blue. Ian on the far right of the rostrum there that you can see. So as soon as he comes down, we're going to have a nice chat with him. And you can hear the applause for Ian and the other podium finishers of Matthew Stokes and Mark Kreisig. Great race for Ian. Not a huge amount of battles for him, but that's exactly the race that you want to do if you're the expected race winner. So as getting the congratulations from Mark Kreisig.
Time is over. Race finished.
So we're just waiting for Ian to come downstairs. There's Laszlo shaking his hand. Laszlo from Samba, Mr. Samba himself. Most of the cars here running Samba pipes. All right, so about to pass it over to Matt.
Just waiting for Ian to come down the stairs and take his place. Let's talk to Ian.
And here we are.
We'd stand there, get a few quick words. You've been famous for a long time, Ian. How was that?
Fantastic.
It looked fairly easy.
Car was absolutely spot on. I didn't have to push it. It was just easy.
Were you driving within yourself for the whole race?
Barring probably lap one.
Well, Jack looked like he could have put you under some pressure. For us, shame he went out.
Yeah, perhaps, but mine always takes 2 or 3 laps to get going, so it was fine. It was in hand.
It's been 12 years. That's amazing, isn't it? You're back here after 12 years, after the inaugural. Obviously, you won 2-wheel drive there. Now it's short course. Sum all that up for us.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I look forward to running this for all last year, as you know, at our meetings. So, superb. Couldn't have gone any better.
So what's next? More racing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Craig can be the official now. I'm racing.
There you go. Thanks a lot, Ian. Congratulations to him. Back to you, Frank.
What a race from Ian. Oops. Let's get back to a correct shot. Yeah, that was a great race from Ian. Not the most exciting for us to follow him for close to half the race at least, but like I said, for him, that's exactly the result that he wanted to do. Run a slow and controlled pace and keep the truck going. And in one piece, importantly, as we saw a few of the drivers crash out, brake, and come to a unfortunate end in that one. So we've got a little bit of time before our next final, which is going to be the 2-wheel drive final. As lots of backslapping and smiling is being done, especially in the British pits, especially for Ian, who's he's been pitting in the camping zone. There's a couple different camping zones, but he's been pitting out of his very identical LDV red truck that you can see sometimes occupying the pit area at Santa Pod. And yeah, so one of the reactions, what, driving with a stick radio, how old school? Yeah, well, I think you'll find most of the British racers, especially the guys in this class, who tend to be of the older ilk, are all running the stick radios. So we're going to step away for a couple minutes and just have some messages for you.
bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht denn mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
From the pit lane, mechanics from the short course, please remove all your tools from the pit lane.
20 minutes to start.
Run will be two-wheel drive aiming final. Marshals for two-wheel drive aiming final. You can go to your positions. Drivers for two-wheel drive aiming. You can go to your rostrum.
15 minutes to start.
So in 8 minutes we will open the track for two-wheel drive A-main final. Marshals from two-wheel drive A-main, please go to your marshalling positions. Drivers for two-wheel drive A-main, please go to the washroom. Two-wheel drive A-main finalists, please come to the washroom. Two-wheel drive marshals, your marshalling positions. We are missing marshal number 2, number 1, number 7, number 3, number 4, and number 6. 6 minutes to open the track.
to start.
To open the track. Marshals for two-wheel drive main final to your positions. We still need marshal number 3, 7, and 1. Okay, number 1 is there, thank you. Okay, we are missing marshal number 7. Drivers, please come to the rostrum. All marshals are there. Drivers, please come to the rostrum. We are still missing 4 drivers. 3 minutes to open the track. Track will open in 2 minutes for the European Championship two-wheel drive main A-ring final. On pole position is Luke van de Berg. Which car are you driving? Yeah, good car. On starting position number 2 is Peter Hartmann. Is driving an EFRA trucks with MRS engines. Starting position number 3, Bastian Collery. Starting position number 4, Thomas Ross. Starting position number 5 is Marco Nijmegen from Finland. Starting position number 6, Fabian Litter from Switzerland. Starting position number 7, Lars Hammes from Netherlands. Starting position number 8, Kevin van Middelwaard, also from Netherlands. Starting position number 9, Martin Koncel from Czech Republic. And starting position number 10, Lukas Hermann from Germany. 30 seconds to open the track. May the best driver win.
All right, to our wonderful viewers, hello and welcome back. We are about to get ready for our two-wheel drive main final here in Austria, large-scale off-road European Championship. And as you can see, the mechanics are letting the cars go from the pit lane. 5 minutes to go before the race time starts. So in about 2 minutes, they'll be called back into the pits. This is just a warm-up period where they'll get refueled once they're back in the pits. And go out for a formation lap to set the starting grid, because the last few cars are actually start from around the corner that you can see on the left side of the screen there. So you're watching the EFRA large-scale, EFRA series of European Championships that Control Sport and RCTV bring to you during the summer. This is the second of a 3-event road trip that we're doing. And then next week we are in Gubbio, Italy for the Nitro Touring Car European Championships. And then back to the UK for RCGP 1/8 Buggy Series, which is an EFRA partner. And then back to more European Championships, all the way up to the Worlds in September, which we'll be bringing to you actually from Control Sport and RCTV from Redovon in Spain and Alicante. Lovely, lovely section of the world. And then back to Gubbio again for the Electric Touring Car Worlds. So they've been brought back to the pits, as you can see. So in this race, the main final, we watched the semifinals earlier. If you missed that, feel free to rewind, scrub back in the timeline of whatever platform you're watching us on, whether it's the EFRA Facebook page or YouTube channel, the RC Racing TV Facebook page or YouTube channel, or even on Red RC YouTube. In this one, I think we're going to get the names and countries of the racers up on the screen in a moment, but we've got Luc Vandenberg from the Netherlands, and then Petter Hartmann, our overnight TQ, but beaten by 1 second by Luc Vandenberg in the semifinal earlier today, which set that sets the actual grid. Top 5 racers from each semifinal running in the main final that we're about to watch. And then we've got Bastien Collares from France, Thomas Kraus from Czechia, one of our youngest racers here, Marko Leitinen from Finland, Fabian Ritter from Switzerland, Lars Abes and Kevin Vandenmort from the Netherlands, Martin Consel from Czechia, and Lucas Hermann from Germany. So these racers getting gridded up. There's our 10th place car. And we're going to be following the battle for the lead. We're going to have a verbal countdown, 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5.
About to go. There we go. Everyone off so far in number order. We've got the 6 had a slow start. Number 4 car has a kind of a bouncy landing off the RC Fox jump at the top of the road. And that's the number 8 car of Vandenmort. Van Medevort, sorry. Getting over. Marshall falling over in front of us. We're with the lead cars of Hartmann in the number 2 car in second place. and Vandenberg in that green car leading him off. Very easy to tell these cars apart at least. So the 1 and the 2 going up the road over the RC Fox jump. 30 minutes of racing. We're 1 lap down. And if it stays like this, it's going to be an epic battle. These cars pretty close together. Hartman was, I believe he was TQ for 3 rounds. At least 2 of the rounds. I've got the notes somewhere. 2 rounds, rounds 3 and 4. Hartman in that number 2 car, number 2 spot as well. But then in the semifinal B, Vandenberg from the Netherlands pipped him by 1 second to take the actual pole position for the final. So let's see what kind of pressure Hartman can put on Vandenberg. Neither of these drivers are former or existing champions in this category. Oh, Vandenberg getting up on 2 wheels. Was that cutting it close or just hitting a rut? This track breaking up quite a bit. Not enough to cause unexpected or random car flips yet, but it does seem to hold together fairly well. Kind of breaks up in the expected places, so nothing really major happening. But it's a large-scale track, large-scale off-road, really tears up tracks. And this is a hard-packed clay circuit. All the dust on the side of the racing line, very, very fine dust. Do not want to have your air filter come loose because you just basically count your engine being gone as these guys are about to come over the RC Models bridge. One more time. Oh, there we go. That's Hartman for the pass. Vandenberg gets it sideways coming down the bridge. And they're coming over the doubles around the bank turn down the pit straight. And Vandenberg somehow got ahead one more time. Down the road. So, moment of weakness or just a lucky catch by Hartman that let him get ahead very briefly. Both of them kind of bobbling over that first double into the infield. Vandenberg liking that very tight line coming off the bridge, and that's what caught him out, I think it was. It's a metal bridge. It is painted, but where it's been worn away over the racing line, we can assume it's a bit grippier. Both going over the RC Fox jump. Hartman just a little closer now coming into that hairpin. Taking it very gentle though. Over the off-camber corner around the tile hairpin. Oh, Hartman not landing that jump very well. So what happens over the double doubles? Hartman very close now. So he's able to do coming down the pit straight and up the road towards the RC Fox jump. That shaded area shrinking as the day goes on. Oh, and Hartman bad landing off the second jump at the top of the hill, but he's right back on the back of, he's right there again on the back wheels of Vandenberg. The Netherlands versus Czechia out in the lead. Next car's behind, quite a ways behind. Kraus, Ritter, Kollerace falling back a few positions. Van Medevort, Abes, Leitinen, Consul, and Horman. Everyone on the same track, same lap still. A very tight battle between the 3 and 8 cars of Kollerace and Van Medevort. Vandenberg stretching out a lead now. As the 3 car goes way off track, gets stuck in the fence off camera. That's one of our cars that's battling for a position, giving away a lot of time now. Meanwhile, up front, we're watching the battle for the lead. Oh, nightmare for that Vandenberg goes off the berm just before the end of the before the lap. So he's lost loads of time now to Hartman, and Hartman, Van Middelvoort, another nightmare crash coming off of the RC Fox jump. That gives Hartman loads of breathing space now as he is coming over the infield doubles, over the diagonal jump. So not a lap to remember for Vandenberg. He's now about 10 seconds behind. He lost so much time there. We'll see when he crosses the line what the actual gap between them is. As we're with the leader, Petter Hartman. Had a nice little interview with him the other day as he was overnight TQ at the end of the day Thursday. You can catch that on the EFRA Instagram channel, efra.ws. Over the RC Models Bridge into this wibbly wobbly section down the steps. Over the double doubles, across the finish line once again. He's just finished his 10th lap. Kraus now has taken over the 2nd position. So we'll keep an eye on that. That happened off camera, obviously. We'll keep an eye on that and see if Vandenberg is able to catch up to Kraus. Obviously, Vandenberg, no slouch. There's a reason why he started in pole position, so hopefully he can catch up to Kraus and give us a nice battle as we go along. There's about 21.5 minutes left of this race. As we're with the leader, Petter Hartman from Czechia. Car immediately behind him is car 0, lapped car of Lucas Herman. Coming over the infield, second set of doubles and towards us over the RC Models Bridge. The only cars close on the track are the 7th and 8th place racers. Cars 3 and 5 of Colerace and Leitinen. That's a battle quite a ways down the order though. But you can follow that with the gap times at the top right of the screen in the live timing. We're following our leader for the moment. We thought he'd be pretty strong, but this might be turning out to be another gap controlling sort of race. As Vandenberg comes over the bridge now, so you can kind of tell what the gap is. It's pretty big. Hartman coming down the hill again towards that very high grip hairpin under the RC Models Bridge over the tile section. Back into the infield, there's more high grip area there just before that diagonal jump. down that's very deep step over the double. Another double to finish the lap. And that's his 14th lap for Petter Hartmann. Kraus just about to cross the line just now. So that is what a 10.3 second gap feels like. Hartmann coming around that very slick steel plate section. Back over the wibbly wobbly bits. Into the double-double just underneath us. Driver stand to our right and slightly behind the camera. About 10 or 15 meters to our left. To our right. No one seeming to have any fuel issues in this one. I think the engines tend to run a bit cooler than the touring cars, which are at full speed, full throttle for seemingly longer than the off-road cars. So we're not seeing anywhere near the amount of heat issues that we saw last week in Fiorano, Italy, for the large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships. So I think the next car physically on track is now Kraus, and we do have our pole sitter of Luke Vandenberg is slowly catching him. So we might have a battle beginning to form. There's the last time they crossed the line, they were 4 seconds apart, 4.1 seconds apart. So we're not far from actually maybe moving to that second place battle, but we'll let them get a little bit closer on track. The dust, once again, starting to kind of hover and hang around, even though there is a bit of a slight breeze. Hartmann going back up the towel section, over that kicker, into the infield. Double apex left. Over the second set of doubles. Back over towards us on the RC Models Bridge. Vandenberg now 4.5 seconds behind, so he must have had a little bobble somewhere. Not making up time on Kraus. Kraus, though, a little bit squirrely in the high bank corner just before the end of the lap. Still keeping an eye on that as we are sticking with our leader, Petter Hartmann from Czechia. And the number 9 car of Martin Konsol, also from Czechia. Fellow countryman. Moving out of the way after he had a little mistake himself. Many of these cars running Elcon. Don't think MCD do a two-wheel drive. I'm imagining Horman probably runs a Horman. See what the gap is between Kraus and Vandenberg this time. 3.6 went to 5.1, so mistakes somewhere along the way for Vandenberg. Now he's got the lap car number 0 of Horman, who we were just talking about, and now in between him again and pulling away from Vandenberg. So Vandenberg not having a great run. Maybe something has changed on his car. Haven't seen any tire issues with any of the cars in this main final for two-wheel drive. Austrian heat not affecting the engines or the tires all that much. As Petter Hartmann comes around the tile hairpin once again into the infield. So there's many layers to this track, many height changes. Not as extreme as at the 1/8 Buggy European Championships a few weeks back. It's more of a gradual kind of change until you come to that step section. This was nearly a meter deep step. And the cars have to drive down it and drive back up it. It's very, very steep indeed. As Petter goes under the bridge and back onto the tile section. Best time of 45.4. Thomas Kraus actually has a faster best lap time, but their average time is almost identical. 46.4 to 46.8 for Kraus. Looks like we might have a battle between the 3rd and 4th place car of number 1 and 8. Yeah, I think so. If we leave our leader with just under 13 laps to go, I think the number 1 car just coming across the finish line now. He's got the number 8 car behind him. This is our pole man, Luc Vandenberg. That yellow car behind him, it's hunting him down. That is a battle for 3rd. So final podium spot. So whatever's happened to Vandenberg's car, or maybe it's just lost concentration. Remember, it's a 30-minute race, this. A lot longer than 20 minutes, which itself is a lot longer, again, than 10 minutes, which is what they've been running all week up until yesterday. The latest 12 minutes left. Vandenberg going over there. Oh, upside down. So this is going to be a pass for 3rd place. The marshal collecting him. That's the first time we've seen a car go over in that corner. We have a replay, I think. Here we go. This is Vandenberg just getting caught out. Was that a traction roll? I think it was more of a collection of a pothole. So we're with the now 3rd place car. And it's still showing as Vandenberg in 3rd, but actually it's going to be Van Medevort. So 2 Dutchmen. There's Luke finally crossing the line, some seconds back. 5 seconds he lost there. Actually more than that, because he was quite a ways ahead of Van Medevort. So is that going to be a, was that just maybe taking it a little bit too tight going into that corner, that first turn, and catching the pipe with his front wheel, or an unlucky hop into a pothole and getting flipped over? Could that become an important point for the 4-wheel drive final, which is going to be coming up in roughly 40 minutes. So running order: Hartmann, Kraus, Van Medevort, and then Vandenberg. Van Medevort in the 8 car and Vandenberg in the 1. Lost another spot there, going from pole to 4th in the course of about 20 minutes. 9 minutes and 45 left in this one. Van Medevort, nice little slide, little style down the metal RC Models bridge. Going back up the hill. not getting caught up any potholes. I think Vandenberg riding the pipe there. He was making up a bit of time, I thought. 5.7, no, 3.4 the last time around. So we're just following the number 8. Because if he makes any sort of significant bobble or worse, gets stuck. Oh, look at the front tires pointing left and right as he drifts around that the steel sheeting section. If any sort of bobble happens with Kevin here, who's on screen, he's going to lose that position and lose the final podium spot. Whoop. There, is this it? Is this? He's lost a couple seconds there, maybe. Oh, and then Vandenberg gets it sideways as well. Maybe he saw that and was like, I'm going to really just pull the trigger. But got sideways. Little tank slapper coming down the hill. These two just very slightly closer together, I think. 3.9 the last time they crossed the line. I think it's going to be a lot closer than that, a lot closer to 3 minutes. 8 minutes left in this one, 22 down. What's the time gap now between them? 3 seconds, so it's 0.9 seconds that Van Medevort lost to Vandenberg. I think he has laid down a fast lap this time, though, because he's definitely got a bigger gap just visually between them now. So this lap he should be making up some time, I think. I'm sure he'll be hoping he has. And getting past the number 9 car, the red and white of Martin Consel. So now there's a lap car between them. Van Medevort getting past him at the really a good spot, going over the double. And then Vandenberg passing him now, going into the last corner. So there's Van Medevort coming down the hill. We'll just about be able to see Vandenberg. There he is at the top of the hill. No, wait, he's disappeared. Where's he gone? Oh, he's even followed farther behind. Must have had a nightmare few turns. So I think that is this battle done for the final spot on the podium. 6.5 minutes remaining, just about. Petter Hartmann, Thomas Kraus, Van Medevort. And then it's Vandenberg trying to chase Van Medevort, but falling behind just a bit more each lap now. A couple more lap cars in between them. I think Van Medevort actually is starting to catch Tom Kraus. They're not too far apart on track. If we can just resetting on our leader. Behind him on track is the car 4 of Kraus. Yeah, so Van Medevort, sorry, that is not a developing battle. So we'll just stick with our leader, and I will keep an eye on the splits and see what we've got developing, if there is anything developing in these last 5.5 minutes. As Hartmann, our overnight TQ. Not really our overall TQ. He did not, as you can see from the number 2 on his car, he did not start in pole, but it was very quickly in front of Luke Vandenberg.
5 minutes to drive.
Vandenberg fallen back into the 4th position. So not sure what happened, if anything, with his car, or whether just, who knows? We don't know what happened. But Hartmann going back into the infield over the double, taking the quick line. And all good. All good for Hartman as he's coming over into the step section. Back up the step. Hartman once again coming under the bridge into the towel section. No one in front of him for many laps. He's going to be taking it easy. 46.999 is his average lap time. 47.006 his last lap time. He's definitely going slower than Thomas Krause, who's quite a ways behind him in that car 4. It's about close to 10 seconds, 8-second gap. Thomas Krause is crossing now. Yep, 8.8 seconds because he's been passing a lapped car. The number 0 of Lucas Herrmann. So 3 minutes, and then we're going to see what happens. Car 8 spins out at the end. Third place racer. He's okay though, no one behind him to trouble him. Vandenberg think like he's looks like he's settled for 4th. There's no way he's going to be able to catch up to Van Medebort. Hartman coming under the bridge again into the tiled section. Another area of very low grip on this track. Obviously these cars being rear-wheel drive have to be quite careful. If you've ever tried RC drifting with a rear-wheel drive only car, you know how tough it is, and those guys have gyros and all sorts of special electronics. These guys don't. Gyros not allowed in championship level racing. Car 6 gets rescued just in front of our leader, Petter Hartman, and needs rescuing again as he's now passed. For sure. That Marshall just a bit too eager. He shouldn't have turned him over in front of a car that's about to... Could have easily gotten in trouble there. So, less than a minute and a half now. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go from now. So, Hartman, he's going to have, he crosses over the finish line now. This lap, plus one more to go.
1 minute to drive.
As he's coming down the hill into that high grip hairpin, you see all the blue groove from the tires that have been laying down all the rubber. So unfortunately, as time ticks down to 30 seconds left to go, we've had no real battles in this one. They've been brief, short affairs, only lasting for a couple of laps at most, really. The biggest battle that we did have was between Petter Hartman, who's on track with us right now on camera, and Kevin Vandenberg, who started the race in the pole position. But somehow Vandenberg just fell off the boil and came off the boil. And this is going to be a final lap, a victory lap for Petter Hartman, who TQ'd rounds 3 and round 4. It's our overnight TQ coming out of after round 3, and backed that up with another TQ in round 4 and comes home for the win. There we go. Finally, now you can roll it. That's fine. And applause for the Czech racer, Petter Hartmann. And you can see officials waiting to hand him his winner's trophy. Can't see his car out on track. Is he still out there? So there's our finishing order. 2 Czech racers, Hartmann and Kraus, finishing top 2, and then 2 Dutch. And then we have with Van Middelvoort, Vandenberg, then Leitinen, Consul, Herman, Abes, Ritter, and Collares. Just waiting for confirmation that Matt has Petter, who he's already talked to, just as overall as overnight TQ coming out of Thursday. So Matt's going to let us know when he's grabbed Petter. I think he's got him. All right, I think I see him. And I believe that's him there. Okay, I'm going to pass over to Matt, who's talking to our winner.
Petter taking the congratulations there. Obviously means the world. This is a European Championship in two-wheel drive. And the team have worked so hard to get this moment, so clearly it means a lot. Petter, wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
How was that race for you?
At the beginning it was a tough race, and Luke was pretty fast, and I was waiting for maybe some mistakes. He did it, and then I start to get the good pace and hold it to the end, and finally I got it.
You got into the lead and then you just held it. You held your nerve for, 25 minutes or more, you stuck in the lead.
Yeah, I have to look after about the fuel, so I didn't push a lot, but make just the clean way and bring it home.
In this temperature, were you worried about fuel, maybe running out of fuel?
Yes, for sure. That's why we stopped the car before the final after one lap, and yeah, we will see how much fuel we have still in the fuel tank.
This must mean so much to you to get European title.
Yeah, it's quite a lot because I was waiting for a long time, so finally, unbelievable.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you, Frank.
Finally, fucker. Finally.
Excellent stuff from Petter there. A great race in the end. And you can obviously tell how happy he was. Fellow Elcon team members. And so another one that wasn't exactly necessarily a nail-biting thriller, but you know, it's one of these that you have to really control the pace when you're in the lead. And yeah, so very much a huge congratulations to Petter Hartmann from Czechia, taking the win. So next up, we've got the four-wheel drive buggy, a final, or main final, I should say. And we have one of the racers that was in, I think, semifinal, or no, quarterfinal yesterday. Connie Svensson from Sweden, our lone Swedish racer. How have you been, Connie?
I'm doing good, but it's hot today. It's
yeah, it's a little bit hotter than yesterday, I think.
Oh yeah, so I mean, I would be love to drive here in the main final, but it's almost like I'm happy to just watch it.
I know the feeling. I've been to a lot of big races myself, and I know exactly the feeling. So you were in the quarterfinals yesterday. You were doing fairly well, from what I remember, and then you were telling me well before the race that you were having clutch problems, and that was leading to overheating fuel problems, which means less power problems. So was that what basically ended your quarterfinal yesterday, roughly?
It was a combination of different things. The clutch was one thing, but also the heat shield that I was having above the tank, so the pipe and the tank is pretty close to each other. I had an aluminum heat sink, so the combination of that aluminum heat sink actually doing exactly the opposite. It was keeping the heat and actually heating up the tank.
Oh, really?
So the fuel was just completely boiling. So it was actually a hazard down here. So they were opening up the tank and the fuel was just boiling out of it. And they said, like, they never seen anything like it. So I know what I did.
That's not something you want to hear at the track. We've never seen anything like that.
And it was, in hindsight, I should have removed that heat sink. I had a new prototype in carbon that should been there. That would probably have fixed it because I was feeling great out there on the track. I was in third position. I was gaining on the second one. So, I would love to run the semis here today. And maybe I wouldn't have been in the main, but at least, I'm here for racing, not to wrench on the car.
Yeah, of course. A lot of these races have come quite a distance. And, we saw Callan Gunn earlier today not able to make it into the he was into the semi, but he missed out being in the final, obviously. So that's from Australia. That's quite a ways to come. But even from the Nordic countries, also quite a ways to come. I think, is it 2,000 kilometers round trip or something like that?
Yeah, about that. So it's 2-3 days down and then back. But we're actually going down to Italy now to have a real vacation for a week.
Yeah, well, that's what I was hoping for. So, a lot of the racers, obviously, if your racing finished yesterday, hopefully you're taking a few days afterwards to kind of unwind and relax, and maybe visit some of the thermal spas that are dot this whole area around here. Loads of hot springs spas and hotels and stuff like that you can just chill out for a few days.
Yeah, and you spoke about Callan. We've been kind of pitting together very closely in the pits, and so he was buying me a beer yesterday when he felt sorry for me, and I was kind of returning the favor today because I know the feeling, how it feels, having to give up a race, because you want to race to the finish line and then being your own ability as a driver to the deciding factor, not
and
the
it's
car.
I mean it's bad enough when you have 9 other crazy drivers out on track that are trying to beat you, but when your own car is almost, I hate to say it, but kind of your own worst enemy.
Yeah, and in this case, it was also a couple of decisions that I could have done differently, but I've been wrenching so much these days that I haven't been able to try all the different things. So the other guys in my team, they haven't had the heating problem. So it's not just the car itself. It's also a combination, as I said, of different things that could have been different.
Yeah, when we were having our chat yesterday in the pits, you mentioned things like the fuel getting overheated and it boiling out, and like you just said, and that's the kind of thing that many other racers, if you're an electric buggy racer or a touring car racer or even a nitro racer, you never see anything like that.
No.
So it's on top of there being an engine, very large things, very expensive parts. Everything is just bigger and more expensive and more time-consuming to replace. You have things like overheating fuel, which is just something that probably no other RC class even experiences, I would think.
Yeah, and I'm coming from Sweden. I've raced the whole season without any problems because we have completely different temperatures there.
Of course,
so this is nothing that I'm used to, and you should just see how the guys are dealing with heat and airflow. They're opening up the bodies, they're cutting up big pieces.
Yeah,
and
we've seen loads of holes.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And
they're
big
removing
gaps
the side pods
yeah.
and everything just to get the flow of air getting through the car. And as you said, fuel, we have 800 millimeter tanks, so it's a lot of fuel, so as I said, it could actually be dangerous when it gets that hot.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want that. I've seen a nitro fuel fire before. It's just invisible flames, literally. But for pump petrol, gasoline type fuel, you don't want that any sort of flames really to be coming out of your car.
No, and if you're on the electric side, you have the lipos burning, so that's
a
different thing.
For sure, there's all sorts of hazards in the racing.
Yeah, so ours is not completely not dangerous, but for you as a human, you're not in danger when you're driving them, at least, as in other motorsports. Yeah,
for sure. So we've got Schweinzer. Have you been watching any of his races?
Oh yeah, so I've been marshalling always the heat, the top heat. So I've been really watching. It's actually I've been wrenching so much, so these are the only heats I've been watching. Is the top heat in four-wheel drive. So
there's no relaxing and sitting back and watching the. But I'm just curious. At the folks in the stream will have been who've been watching us during the week, especially yesterday and today. I've been talking a bunch of times, especially when Schweinzer was on track, about what I call the Schweinzer line.
Yeah.
Over, you already know what I'm talking about, coming over the off-camber jump there. He's the only one that is taking that line. It doesn't seem to be all that much faster, but I think it could be a factor in maybe the first 2 or 3 laps to get a position on, on cars in those first
maybe
laps.
And it's also fun because the main is mostly built up of MCD cars, and then you have 2 Ultrons, and then you have Elcon for Schweinzer, and he has that car set up completely different from the other guys as well. So that's also another thing, that you can set up your car very differently but still drive fast on this track. So there's not just one single setup to drive fast on this track. It's also very much how you as a driver like to drive your car and how it performs for you. So that line might be perfect for him but not for another guy. It depends how smooth you are or how much punch you have on your throttle.
That's a great point, because obviously, he's the only one who I've seen take that consistently. Have seen a few other drivers try it, but not maybe to the same effect that he has been able to do. Obviously, this is literally his local track. He lives, who knows, probably just single digits of kilometers away from the track.
Yeah,
probably.
Of course, that plays into this. When I was having my problem with the clutch, I had to adapt my driving style to roll around the corners and not make the first jump, to be able to have as much distance to accelerate as possible so I can make the double jumps. And some of them I just decided to roll over to be on the safe side, because when it comes to racing, it's about not making mistakes and roll over and have marshalling in there. So that's another factor, because you can see in the main final there are some people that are really punching it, and some that are very smooth. For example, another Nordic countryman, Pekko, which is really impressive. He has his MCD set up very differently from the other in the team. So he drives it as an 8-scale car, and that is his main class. He's been driving both 10-scale and 8-scale A mains just the weeks before his.
The last few weeks we've literally been, he's been following us, or we've been following him around Europe, basically. We first saw him. He was racing at the Robin Hood Raceway for 1/10 electric, 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive, and then in Barcelos in Portugal, and now here, and actually last week as well in Italy at Fiorano for the large scale touring car. So he's been a busy boy.
Yeah, and I was just down in the tent here talking to the Finnish guys. You also have the other guy. What's his name?
There's a bunch of Finnish racers.
Yeah.
In the final is Jarno Siltanen.
Exactly, Jarno. The interesting thing with him is that he runs all plastic parts on his car.
Really?
No one else does that. And he doesn't have a radio tray. Everything is mounted directly on the chassis. Everything to save weight. And his car is about 1 kilo 1,000 grams lighter than any other cars around here.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So that's actually really interesting because everybody's doing full aluminum and the Pro options on the cars, and especially on the MCDs, and also the Ultrons are all aluminum, but he's running all plastic.
Wow.
And they're saving stuff weight on everything. So it's been kind of I think a goal for him to make the lightest car. So you that are aware of how light or heavy the cars are, his car is 12.7 kilos when it's filled up with fuel.
Wow.
And I never heard anybody below 13 kilos on
so
the four-wheel
what's the
drive
minimum
buggies.
weight for these?
Actually, we talked about that, and we think the minimum weight is 10 kilos, which is
Really?
ridiculous. Nobody could ever get in that range. So we said, a more appropriate limit would be maybe 12 kilos or something.
Right.
Because after this, you have to use different materials that are really expensive.
Yeah, for sure.
Titanium screws, remove side pods, and other kind of composite materials.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen. I think it's the Elcon. It's a. How thick are the chassis on those? I guess it's probably 4 or 5 millimeters thick.
It's 5,
aluminum.
I think, yeah.
5.
Yeah.
And then there's basically like a carbon fiber box that's on top of that provides the lateral strength. I guess from fore to aft. And that's quite interesting. Didn't know that there's even possible to have. I suppose that's what gets people to buy the cars at a cheaper price point, but I didn't know that anyone's actually racing with an all-plastic car.
Exactly. So this is actually the cheapest MCD you can get. It's all plastic.
Yeah.
And that's racing now in the A-Main final here. So you don't have to buy the most expensive kit out there. So, I mean,
you just have to be good and have lots of track time.
And he's
course,
also an 8-scale driver, so he drives it as an 8-scale driver. But, I mean, 1 kilo less for 30 minutes. That saves a lot of fuel, acceleration, and making those jumps.
Yeah, very true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that could play a big difference.
I was going to suggest that's going to be a lot less wear and tear on the bearings as well and the brakes.
Course, yeah.
But then, you mentioned the
whole
fuel
drivetrain,
of
course, because both when you're accelerating and when you're braking, you put on the whole drivetrain that mass that you have to move or brake.
Yeah. Wow. Of course, the lighter the car, just like we've seen in sports cars and Formula One and all that. The lighter the car, the less strain on everything, and the faster you can go, and the longer it'll last in general.
And another interesting thing that they have been working on is if you have the big tires or the small tires. So the big tires.
This is something I want to ask you about because there's been a lot of questions that I can't answer in the chat, which we've got going here. A lot of people asking, are they running 160 millimeter or 180 millimeter? And I'm thinking, well, I don't really know. So. Apparently, the spoke tires and the disc wheels, they're different sizes.
Yeah, actually, there are spoke tires that are 180 as well. Okay. So you can't just tell from if it's spoke or if it's disc wheels. So that's also interesting. Most top drivers are using the 160 mil tires. That's usually what you do on a very technical track where you need to be very agile. And then on more bumpy and rough tracks, you use the bigger tires.
Well, the smaller tires will also be lighter, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But then you also need to have a different gearing because you lose speed on having smaller tires. The interesting thing, again, with the Finns here, so they both opted to go with the bigger tires. So Pekko, Jarvo, and some other guys. And everybody started on small wheels, but we can see more and more are actually using big wheels in the final. And the problem with the big wheels is that they are getting so much side forces in the turns, so they flip off. And that actually happened to me in one of the qualifiers. So what they're doing is they are gluing rubber rings around the outer part of the tire and the rim just to secure them. So there are so many things you have to take in consideration when doing these things. So it's really fun, and that's what I like with large scale. There's a lot of more different options to go for. 8th scale and 10th scale, all cars are pretty much the same. In 5th scale, there's still a lot of experimentation, different designs, and really wrenching, and people are having here their drill bits and making parts here in the pits.
I saw a guy yesterday. There's in the pits. There's sort of I guess it's an open use table vise like you'd find just in any shop anywhere. and it's for anyone to use. And the guy had a big, long, I guess it was like a 4 mil thick rod, and he was actually tapping screw threads onto it.
Yeah.
I'm assuming to make some sort of sway bar or
I could tell you I used it 2 days ago. So I was we have like a ball suspension in the front on the Ultron cars, and they were using 5 mil threads, and those get really easily bent. So we had new prototype parts here which were using 8 mil. So I removed all my upper and lower arms and put them there, drilled new holes and tapped them with 8 millimeters. And so we're actually, you know, building our cars as we were here.
Hand making your cars as you go along for the race weekend. That's amazing.
And that takes time, and that's why you maybe don't have time to think about the heat shield and all that. So
Yeah, of course. It's and obviously, you know, the bigger the team, the more knowledge you have a knowledge base that gets built up going, our fast guy so-and-so is doing this thing, so maybe try that or something like that.
We know, for example, that the MCD team was here not that far ago and really tested how that setup should be. So when they get here, they're prepared with a good base setup, and everybody's free to do that, of course. But if you're a bigger team, you might have bigger resources or drivers close by that they can go here and do testing for the whole team and bring with you home. So you're getting here prepared a little bit different. So next year, I think it will be different when it's in Stark and in Czech Republic. It's a very different track. It's built for 5th scale. This has been a very 8 scale type of track with a lot of bumps and small things that have been very tricky, and it's also very hard for the car. So walking around in the pits, you can see a lot of bent parts and broken wishbones, and that was what happened to Kellen Gunn as we were talking to. He broke his steering angle there. So
Okay. Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of very poorly looking cars get picked up by the marshals, and when you see that suspension arm just kind of hanging limply, you're like, that's just sad.
Yeah, I know the feeling. That's not how you want it to end.
Yeah. But hopefully, everyone that's here is having a good time. I know that's quite an atmosphere, I'm sure, in the campground. Are you camping, or are you staying in a hotel?
I was Airbnb an apartment right here in Fearing, just 15 minutes walk here. So I brought my wife so she could get back and forth between, and so she doesn't have to stay here all the time. Last time we were here 4 years ago, we brought the camper right here on the ground, but then you don't get any rest from RC whatsoever.
Yeah,
so
you have to kind of have a break.
So it's good to get away and it's completely silence and so I mean, after this week, you get kind of tired of wrenching and also racing, but you have to remember it's all about the people that are here, all the laughs, people that you interact on social media. Now you meet them, you have, you share a beer, and I was pitting for Heidi Schilcook that I was racing with 4 years ago, and that's when I met her, and we've been contacting each other. And now I was doing mechanic for her in her semifinals in the short course. So I was helping her dad, and she had to change 3 tires in her semis.
I saw one of the tires was completely off.
Yes. So it was almost like a Formula 1 race where we changed all the 4 tires, but it was three tires.
And you guys are using not just cordless drills, but actually cordless impact wrenches.
Yeah.
Wow. So that's what you need for large scale, large tools and 8 mil shafts instead of I'm used to 2 and 3 mil in sizes in electric touring car, which was the most recent class I used to race. But we're about ready to get going. So are you happy to stick around for the A final or for the main final 4-wheel drive and maybe talk us through some of the issues these guys are probably going to experience?
Sure, why not?
I'd love to have you stick around. So on screen you can see the drivers and the marshals getting ready with the cars. So we've got there's a couple minutes before the track is opened, and in this one you'll see the names on screen, but we're going to have Patrick Schweitzer from Austria, again his local track. He lives right here in Fearing, and he's on the pole position. Our top youth racer is Maël Boucher from France, Pekka Ivanen from Finland, again running that MCD, running a very different setup to Dario Vercelli, who's starting 5th, but between them is the Frenchman Romain Valter, Dario from Croatia in the 5th spot, Valentin Puziat from France, and then from Belgium, we've got two racers, Ken Valkeers and Tim van der Elst. Valkeers, along with Vasily and Ivanen, previous champions in this class. And then we've got Sven Rodewald from Germany and Jarno Siltanen, our 10th spot, running the apparently all-plastic MCD out of Finland. So we're going to have a little bit of an ad break, and we'll come back ready for you for the finals.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
All right, so we want to thank our sponsors. RC Fox obviously is one of our main sponsors for this weekend. Also, Team RCM, rcmodels with a z.co.uk. Check them out. Go to rcmodels.co.uk. Use code RCMZ for 5% off and order off of any large scale or any scale RC car that you can find from their site. And now we're going to get ready and follow the cars out of the pits. They have finished their warm-up. Everyone is checked in. I think Jarno Siltanen actually is the only one who needs to check in. Not sure what's happening with Jarno. So this is the formation lap. A bit like Formula One. We're here live in South Austria. We've got car beached itself. We're at the WMW Fairing track in Fairing, Austria, not far from the Slovenian border. Here for the EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships. Starting on pole is Patrick Schweinzer. And just behind him, our fastest youth racer of Maël Boucher. Less than 10 seconds.
7, 6, 5, 4,
And they're off. Schweitzer already off to a good start. Little slow on the landing there.
Oh, Pekko is having problems.
Yeah, Pekko getting caught up. He's running 7th at the moment, but Schweitzer and Dario, no, that's Boucher. Good gap now. Boucher and Vaselli having very similar schemes, but Vaselli with the number 3. He's been passed by the number 6. Oh! The number 6 car knocked off the bridge. That was Puziat, our first round TQ.
Oh, wow.
Boucher and Schweitzer off, massive gap now because of the huge collection. And that is Boucher.
And look
Nightmare.
at that, Pekko is up to 4th right away.
Pekko up to 4th already, so he's had he's a good recovery, I should say. Not a good first lap, but a good recovery. That car just in front of him is Romain Walter, so we're sticking with the top 2 cars and just keeping you apprised of what's happening. Pekko, bad landing. That lets oh no, sorry, that was the 4 car of Walter, bad landing. So Pekko's back up into 3rd where he started. Walter and then Vaselli just behind him. And we're sticking with the top 2 drivers. That's Schweitzer and Boucher. Obviously, it wasn't Boucher that crashed off earlier. That was Puziat. Number 6, also a very similar color scheme. Boucher really putting the pressure on Schweitzer. And it looks like Pekko is, I think, catching them. What's the gap between these guys? Just 3.6 seconds between Pekko and Boucher. And the leaders 1 and 2 crossing over. Pekko, I think he's made up at least, he's down to 1.9 second gap now, so he's definitely catching these 2. Are they holding each other up? Remember, it's a 30-minute race. It's about sparing the cars. Sorry, you were going to say?
You could see in the first opening lap there was a lot of collisions, but this track is not the usual width of 5-6 meters. It's built more for an 8 scale, so that's really track which is hard to race many cars on for large scale for sure.
I can imagine. I can see maybe a lot of large 8-scale races were on 12, 13, sometimes even 15 cars on a track. I can see that happening here, but not for large scale. I didn't realize it's actually a lot narrower. Boucher all over the back of Schweitzer. Schweitzer taking his traditional line. Everyone else not going wider on that off-camber corner. But yeah, the first couple of laps always... Oh, Boucher, nice attempt to pass there on the outside. Going over that first infield double jump, but not able to make it stick. But what that does is that allows Pekko to get right up to them now. Less than a second behind. If we can get all 3 of these cars in shot, that would be amazing. There they are. Going over the RC Fox tabletop at the top of the hill. And all 3 coming down in order. 1, 2, 3. Schweitzer, Boucher, and Pekko. What happened to Vaselli? He's fallen off somewhere. Nightmare couple of laps for him. But we're following these 3 cars as they go back into the tight infield over the diagonal jump and the second of those 2 doubles on the infield.
Another story we can see here is that Sven Rodewald has been actually advancing to 4th position from starting 9.
That's a really good jump.
That is very good because he's usually always up there in the top. So now he's in 4th place.
That's very interesting because he was in Fiorano last week running large-scale touring car, and to make that change just in driving style and car setup and everything, just from on-road to off-road, that's a massive jump, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, and Dario was there as well, so yeah.
That's true. But Dario's a pro racer. I'm not sure if Rodewald is.
No, I don't think so, but he's at least he's working in the business, I know.
So Pekko losing maybe a half a second there to Boucher. He's still right there in the mix, ready to pick up the pieces should anything happen to the leading 2 cars. Boucher losing a little bit of ground to Schweitzer now. .3 seconds back to from Boucher to Pecco on the last time past the timing loop as they come over the RC Models bridge and over that slick. Is that very slick there, that metal section?
Yeah, it is. So there are different ways to do it. Either you slide around it or you just try to, keep your grip up there.
On the outside where the dirt is?
Yeah.
Because we did a track walk yesterday. I think that's been uploaded to Facebook. Yeah, you can, well, obviously not now, but after the race, check out the track walk. It is quite interesting, too. We walked every inch of this track and tried to identify where the passing zones might be, danger points. We did see the winner of the previous race in two-wheel drive, Hartmann, was walking around the track. I think he was the only driver that we saw doing a track walk after the short course A main final. And of course, he won it.
Somebody else who's made a very good pickup is Jarno Siltanen that started last, which is I now think in sixth place. So maybe it is his lighter car that is now giving him an advantage.
Yeah, I was going to say when you were explaining that. Oh, Boucher getting on the pipe. I think Pecco very, very close to Boucher now. But I was going to suggest that we keep an eye on Jarno, especially towards the last maybe third of the race, the last 10 minutes or so, and see whether that has really been a big help for him with the lighter car. He's coming over the double-doubles into the last corner, that banking, providing a slingshot for all these drivers. And as we were saying before, Schweitzer in that bright orange and yellow, he's the only one running, did you say, an Elcon?
Yes.
And then we've got, followed by two, very closely, by two MCDs. Obviously, Pecco, as we've learned, running a completely different setup to pretty much all the other racers out there. These guys nose to tail.
You could see, so you have Schweitzer having the big tires and Pecco as well. Who else is doing the big tires out here? I think Jarno is doing that as well. Yeah, those are the three ones choosing to go with the big tires for the mains.
And is there any change in advantage in as far as durability, or is it more flex in the corners?
There's more flex in the big tires, which could provide more traction, but they also last not as long as the smaller ones.
Right, okay.
But you also get more kind of direct feeling with the smaller ones, since you don't have that flexibility. And also the big ones, as I said, they can lose on you in a lot of the corners and they get ripped off. So that's why they're strengthening them up with rubber rings around them on the outside.
Right. Okay, so we've seen no major mistakes. I think, Schweitzer gets a bad landing off the big jump at the back. So now they're all together. Pecco going for the outside, and then Boucher trying to go for the outside on Schweitzer. They're all just getting tighter and tighter. I think Schweitzer is actually just running a slower pace than what the two cars behind him can actually accomplish. So this is almost one. Oh, there he goes. There's a pass for the lead. That's Boucher getting past Schweitzer now. Now what's Pecco going to do? Oh, Schweitzer sideways going over the step.
And this is almost like the same fight they had in the semifinals, but there were three other cars involved, and Pecco was in third place, and once he passed the other cars, he was just, getting ahead of them. So
yeah, he actually.
Look at this! Look at this!
That was risky. I think that number 9 is lapped. Or no, that's Jarno, isn't it? That's Jarno come up on him. Is he?
No, not number 9.
No, it's Sven Rodewald. Yeah, so now
Sven is
Pecco's in a battle for third now. He's got to run a defensive line or try to put some fast laps down. Sven getting in the mix. So let's follow Pecco in third place, because it looks like this is going to be our developing battle. We'll keep an eye on Boucher and Schweinzer running in first and second. I think maybe Pecco is able to pull away from Rodewald now.
Yeah, the distance between 1 to 4 is kind of evenly distributed right now. So there's no really close battles, but I think Pecco will be picking up on the 2 first cars pretty soon here. And Sven is also really getting into the game.
Yeah, very much. Oh, our leaders are back together, I think it looks like. Is that, oh, wait. That's Schweinzer. That was Boucher coming off the track on the outside, so he's allowed, that's the number 6 flipping over in front of Schweinzer. It just goes out of view. Yeah, I think Pecco is now catching Schweinzer, leaving Rodewald behind. He's got clear track around him. So we're going to have the top 3 back together once again. Schweinzer somehow able to run superb defensive lines to keep everyone behind him, but let's see what Boucher can do. Let's move forward 2 cars to our leader of the number 2 cars. He's just about to go into the bridge onto the tile section. So got Schweinzer a second or 2 behind him, and then Pecco another second or 2. So we're going into the infield over the diagonal jump, over the tile section, and then into the bridge, over the RC Models bridge. So it has spread out a bit now. Before, you could actually throw a blanket over all of them as they were getting a bit messy coming over that off-camber corner.
18 minutes to drive.
So it gets close and then it stretches out again. 18 minutes left in this one.
Yeah, and it's just one little wobble and you lose a second on this track. It's really unforgiving for any type of mistakes.
Exactly. So let's drop back to Schweinzer's car. That number 1 looks like Pecco's catching up to him. Schweinzer seems to be making possibly some mistakes under stress as he's got Pecco hunting him down. He's just a bit closer every time he comes past us. You can see they're both in the same screen now. Into that tight hairpin over the little kicker jump. Schweinzer taking his line. Pecco almost copying it. He's probably thinking, well, why not? If it's faster for him, maybe it's faster for me. Coming over the RC Models bridge, around that drifty steel plate turn, down the step and back up it over the doubles. Schweinzer, an unknown number of laps that he's done around this track, his local circuit. But Pecco, the current, little sideways for Schweinzer. That puts Pecco right under his rear wing. What is Pecco going to be able to do to capitalize on this?
I think this time Pecco will be just really waiting out for bigger mistakes and not try to push it too hard here.
Any little mistake now, and Pecco is going to be able to get past. We've seen Patrick make a handful of mistakes in this one, really. Pecco, our current European champion. There he goes. He's passed into the 90-degree corner.
Look at that. That's just what he needed. So let's see if Pecco will be able to pick up on Boucher here in the front then, because he's been giving a little bit gap here when they were fighting in the back.
Yeah, he's already gapping Patrick. Pecco running nice and smooth. Our defending champion.
It seems like Sven is falling behind a little bit of the...
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Top 3.
Pecco, nice and smooth. I think he lost a little bit of time to Patrick there. Ooh, bad landing. Does that give Patrick an opportunity? So different lines, but same result as they're coming around that off-camera corner. think what Pecco is going to want to do now is just not make any mistakes for the next 2-3 laps, or well, for the rest of the race, obviously. But if he can get Schweinzer off of his back end, he can start to apply some pressure to Boucher.
Yeah, because the problem when you have somebody just in your back is that you can't always choose the line that you want. You need to protect your position sometimes, so it's not always ideal to have somebody right in your back, even if you think the first car is the one picking the lines. But you need to defend your position.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
now it looks like Pecco is actually getting that little gap that he needs to be able to start pushing, and he's closing in on Boucher, I think.
He's definitely making up time. I think also maybe he's dragging Patrick up to Boucher. And we might end up having another 3-car battle for the lead.
Yeah, he cut another 7/10 of a second.
Yeah, I just had a glance at the gaps myself. You guys viewing this live will be able to see that in your top right of the screen. Patrick having another kind of wobbly moment coming down the hill as he's losing just a tiny bit more time to Pecco. And in the meantime, Pecco obviously getting just a tiny bit closer to Boucher as they go down the steps over the double-double. And we'll see what the gap is this time as they come around. 2 seconds goes to 1.7, so definitely Pecco, if he had a stereo in that car, he'd be blasting the Jaws theme as he's visibly closer to Boucher now. Over the little kicker, coming into the infield, over the double, got a lap car. I think that's a number 8. Moves well aside for these top 3 cars. These 3 cars have not been farther apart than just a handful of seconds the entire race so far. We've got under 13 minutes left to go as Pecco running under the rear wing in these tight corners of Maël Boucher. Only 15 years old, trying to hold off the defending European champion from Finland as he's all over the back of him now.
This is great racing to follow and really exciting for me as a driver to really look at these guys.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of race that we wanted. I'm not going to say the previous finals were boring or processional or anything. It's great finishes for the winners, but this is what we really want to see.
Look at this
a 3-way battle for the lead, coming across the line, down the pit straight, back up the hill. A single bobble could decide, or will decide it. Wow, the pressure he's pouring on this 15-year-old. How old is Pecco?
He's 18 now, I think.
So he's
These
almost
are both
a junior himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we saw this at Robin Hood Raceway. It's the young guns who are they're taking it. They're taking it on themselves to be European champions.
Yeah, and I mean, Pecco is now used to driving in A-main finals in the Euros and can handle this pressure. I don't know if that could be a deciding factor in a long main like this.
Well, we talked to Maël the other day, and his father was telling us at this track just a few years ago, Schweinzer gets it really sideways, loses several seconds to this battle. Now it's a 2-car battle for the lead. But Maël's father was telling us that he won he was top junior here just a few years ago at the age of 11. And here he is. He's only 15. All over the back of Maël now. What is going to happen?
Just
with
trying
this
to
battle?
push him to make a mistake here.
Exactly. But will he crack?
And he doesn't want to be too aggressive here because I know in the semifinal the Pecco got he needed to let go. Oh, look at this.
Throwing him the dummy, taking the inside-outside line. They go on the inside on the tile hairpin, and he comes out first. Pecco, they're both
cars
over. Pecco back up now. Schweinzer back in there. Back to a 3-way battle.
And what is the referee
Coming over
saying here?
over the bridge. Less
No.
than 10 minutes to go.
It's racing, so they're letting me go. And
Yeah, we've heard very few referees' calls.
I think that's good because that destroys the racing here. It has to be this close, and they have to be able to take the chance when they get it. So I think actually looking at that jump after the big tabletop, there is a hole developing there, and that's a lot of cars
it's
are
starting to catch
wobbling
a
after
lot
that.
of people, and it's just full. Oh, there goes Mail. Schweinster just gotten past Mail into the coming under the bridge, as they came out from under the bridge, actually.
And let's see now if Pekko is actually going to push away from the other two here.
I think if they start battling with each other, for sure. We see it all the time, especially in classes like MotoGP, full size. Once they start really hammering at each other, they're just going to slow each other down. But of course, this is the battle for the podium positions. So,
and is this giving a chance to Rodewald? I don't think so, because he's about 5.5 seconds behind these.
Yeah, he's
the
quite a
three
ways
here.
behind.
Yeah, so it's about these three cars that we're going to see the podium probably, if nothing breaks or serious happens here.
Schweinster, a bad launch off of the little kicker going into the infield. Let's make sure we're following the number 1 and the 2 cars behind Pekko. We'll keep an eye on Pekko. And obviously, we'll make sure we let our Finnish fans who are watching know what's going on with him. But it's Schweinster trying to hunt down Pekko. And it looked like for a moment there, it looked like Mail was starting to really catch Schweinster, but it looks like Patrick is pulling away.
And you can start seeing that the track is really, getting rough here and bumps, and the cars are just wobbling uncontrollably in certain areas. So they have to kind of remember where those ruts are on the track so they don't...
Yeah, and, again, I didn't see any of these drivers in particular doing a track walk before this race. They had plenty of time to. No one's stopping them. But you would think that, especially when they're coming out for the main final, the big show, as I like to call it. Ooh, Schweinster in the dust. Now they're all spread out fairly evenly. But you would think that they'd want to do maybe a little track walk before they come out for the main final.
Yeah, I've been... taking pictures of the track for the whole week here and certain spots, and just seeing how it turns, the holes are getting bigger and bigger, and it develops differently in different parts of the tracks.
Yep, definitely, for sure. I think Mail is over, so that is his challenge done for the moment. So let's pick up Pekko. 6 3/4 minutes left in this race. Pekko about to come up on the car 7 of Valkyrs.
But Schweinster isn't letting him go, so...
No, he's definitely not giving up. He's, I'm sure he's going to want to put his own brand of pressure on Pekko.
Yeah, and Pekko is now getting into traffic here.
Yeah, we've got 2 lap cars coming up, and Schweinster definitely a lot closer to Pekko now. So Pekko... I'm not sure if he feels any pressure. He can certainly apply it, but we haven't seen him yet, at least at this event, under any sort of serious pressure of the kind that he was just giving to Boucher.
It looks like Boucher is really falling behind a little bit now.
Yeah, I think that it does look like that. Unfortunate for the youngster.
And that's what could happen. I mean, they've been driving for 25 minutes now. Clutches and other parts of the car.
Mistake
look
from
at that.
Pekko. Trying to get back on the track.
Oh, and Schweinster is cutting the track there. I wonder if they're going to let that go.
Yeah, that's a bit dodgy there on the grass. Our lead battle, I don't know.
And now Boucher is in there.
No, he's 2 cars behind. So another mishap like that, and he'll definitely be up in there. But now Pekko has a bit of work to do again. I'm sure he'll be shouting, or maybe he'll be shouting on the stand for a referee.
I don't think Pekko is a shouting guy.
No, the Scandinavians tend not to be, I suppose. I don't know if he's more like a very quiet Kimi type or.
Yeah, I would say that could be a good description, maybe.
So we've seen. Is that male getting past? The lap traffic. So, Schweinsteiger taking the wide line there that time. Well, we've seen Pecco put the pressure on already in this race. 4.5 minutes. 4 minutes, 20 seconds left in this one. A little surprised that there hasn't been any referee call or even a slowdown for that. I think we can call it track cutting. Whoa! Wow.
That was very close of Pecco.
That's some skill and or luck.
I think it's a combination. But as an 8-scale driver, you're pretty used to control the car in the air.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I think that could help him in that situation. Look at this now. I think Pecco now is going to start really pushing.
Yeah.
Because he knows that it's just a couple of minutes left now, and he can't just wait for Schweinsteiger to make a mistake.
And obviously, you don't want to be too aggressive, but if the referees are going to let Schweinsteiger get away with that from a few laps ago, I think Pecco is going to be able to judge what he's going to be able to get away with himself. We've seen some epic battles come down to the last lap here in previous classes, previous races.
3 minutes to drive.
As you can hear, just 3 minutes remaining for this one. What is Pecco going to be able to do?
They've been neck to neck for 27 minutes. It's amazing.
Coming up on Jarno to put him a lap down. He moves right over, allows them past. So the referee is watching. We heard him thank Jarno. Coming over the tile section, up the little kicker. Oh, very close. Patrick slamming the door going into that corner, though.
Yeah, you could see Pecco was trying to do the inline there, but it's not getting through there.
Oh, much better line coming out of that, but then straight into a very hard braking turn. Tighter line there as well, but again, nowhere for him to go. Schwartz,
look at this.
Schweinsteiger into the loose stuff, going up into the... is he going to be able to take the outside line? Pecco, over! Schweinsteiger waiting, though. The referee saying, give the position back. There he goes into the lead.
Will that be the deciding moment for this race?
That could very well be. And then we've got Boucher back up in there. Now we got a 3-car battle again. Boucher just getting past Schweinsteiger.
This race isn't over.
This race is far from over. Boucher out of it again.
Oh, what happened
We've got
with Boucher?
1 minute and 12 seconds. Boucher, we didn't see it. But Pecco trying to hold off. Just 1 minute left now. Coming around the tile hairpin. We have definitely saved the best for last here on Control Sport and RC Racing TV. Matt is ready and waiting to talk to whoever comes across the finish line first. There's 1 lap remaining. These guys are on their last lap.
This is it.
Oh, Boucher, Schweinsteiger getting up on 2 wheels, has to come off the throttle a bit, gives Pecco a little bit more space.
It looks like Pecco is driving really, controlled now and trying to make no mistakes.
Yeah.
Oh no, what's happening?
Oh no, what's happened? What's happened? Has his engine gone?
No.
Has it run out of fuel now? Oh, is that it? It's Schweinsteiger. We're following Schweinster coming over the double-doubles.
He's out of
the
fuel, I
Marshall
think.
trying to get Pecco started again. That is Patrick Schweinster taking the win. Pecco losing fuel on the very last lap with just how many turns? 1, 2, 3, 4 turns left to go. Schweinster taking the win. Maël Boucher second. Sven Rodewald third. Now that's the podium positions decided. Pecco not even on the podium after all that effort. An amazing race.
I'm really feeling for Pecco here. It's
oh
that
yeah,
must be
definitely.
heartbreaking.
I definitely would too. So Patrick Schweinster, wow, epic battle. Heartbreak for Pecco Ivanen.
I think everybody's really feeling for Pecco here.
Yeah, for sure. There's our, well, this is provisional results, just so you know. Everybody is going to get inspected. There is a very complicated machine that looks at the fuel that everyone is running. Engines are stripped and taken apart and inspected by the EFRA officials that are here. So provisional results is Schweinster, Boucher, and Rodewald. Heartbreak and heartache for Pecco Ivanen. Vaselli also going to be disappointed with that one. 5th place, though.
Sven moving up from 9th to 3rd, podium.
Yeah, that's you know, I mean, we barely paid any attention to that, but you know, he wasn't up there in the battle, three-way battles for the lead. Obviously, epic to watch, but you know that slow grind to get up in there into the podium position. Absolutely amazing for Sven.
And it looked like Tim van der Elst and Jarno Siltanen broke, or did they complete?
Yeah, I mean, Jarno must have broken quite late.
Yeah.
So the car is being taken into technical inspection. I think that's Schweinster there.
Do we have Pecco anywhere there? He must be really... He probably just want to get away right now.
Completely understandable.
Yeah, but Schweinster did a really great race, even with Pecco was pushing, so...
Yeah, I mean, holding off. You know, say you know, any of our viewers can say what they want about home track advantage, but we do move around different tracks every single year. So it's a fairly common thing with racing. It happens all the time in karting and other forms of RC. So I think we've got Matt just about ready to talk to Patrick.
And I wonder if there was any issue with the fuel tank or anything, why he had ran out of fuel, or if it was just
well, I mean, it came down to literally, what, maybe 10 seconds of running?
Yeah, we still don't know if it was the fuel issue or something else that was. Usually as a driver you can feel it when the car is not reacting, and you could see on the double jump before that he was losing power, so it's probably fuel.
Matt chasing down Patrick here, I think. Okay, so we're just about ready to get... everywhere he goes, he's getting mobbed. Patrick either quite emotional, which is fully understandable.
Probably has his whole...
Here he is.
The family here.
He's being mobbed everywhere he goes.
There's Patrick.
Okay, so we've got... Sure. Patrick, just tell me how you feel right now. It's kind of obvious, but sum it up for us.
Das Gefühl ist unbeschreiblich. Ich kann es noch immer nicht fassen. It's unglaublich.
He can't believe what's going on right now.
It's unglaublich.
It's unbelievable for him.
It wasn't easy, right? It was on your home track, but this was super tough.
Es war nicht einfach und auf deiner Heimstrecken, aber es war super schwer.
Yeah.
It was really hard.
Yeah. I mean, the top three battled, you and Pecco and Mayo. Those guys fought so hard for this European Championship.
Er hat gesagt, das Duell zwischen euch drei war richtig hart.
Ja,
Was sagst du dazu?
Ich habe gewusst, dass ich auf der Geraden einfach zu langsam bin, weil ich einfach einen schwächeren Motor habe, aber ich habe gehofft, dass irgendwann der Sprit ausgeht, dass ich durchkomme.
He know that his engine was not the fastest one and he just wanted someone ran out of fuel.
Of course. And what does this mean to you and Elcon Models to get this European Championship?
Was bedeutet dir das und für Elcon?
Alles.
Just everything.
Yeah, I understood that. I got that. Congratulations, Patrick.
Thanks.
Well done. Back to you, Frank.
An amazing race. Heartbreak, joy, elation. That had it all. So we hope you've all enjoyed that. I know our Finnish contingent in the comments watching live or delayed later on this evening or this weekend. I know you'll be just as heartbroken as Pecco. But he put on an amazing fight and put smiles on all of our faces with that race. What an epic performance from everybody in that top three. Obviously, we have Maël Boucher to thank for also providing us some epic racing action. So, well, I think that is going to be it for us from RC Racing TV and Control Sport. We're going to be live streaming the prize ceremony on the EFRA Facebook page, so please check that out. Just look for, just search for RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook if you're not already following EFRA. And so we'd like to thank our sponsors, RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk, for bringing you this amazing week of racing from Fairing in Austria. So I've been Frank McKinney. With me, sitting next to me is Matt McCallum on camera, Jude McCallum. So thank you very much, and here's a message from our sponsors.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht denn mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.